And for the record, today is Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. I'll lead off the presentations tonight, and while we honor and recognize the folks that I'm going to talk about, our city is certainly diminished just with the dedication of this couple over the last 30 years together to our community and generations and decades of service to this community by the Harris family as they move on to the next phase of their lives and leave our community. We're really diminished here. So a couple of weeks ago, 150, 200 or so friends and family of Jim and Carol Harris came together with a farewell party. From all over this country, folks came here to pay honor and tribute and celebrate Jim and Carol Harris. And I was not able to attend, but I presented a proclamation, and also in my tenure, only the second key to the city that I have ever presented. I think that those are reserved for very special occasions and special people. And if anyone in our community today deserves a key to the city, it's Jim and Carol Harris. So I'd like them to come up, and I want to read a lot of times I kind of abbreviate these proclamations, but tonight I won't. So whereas for over 100 years, the Harris family has been an integral part of our community. And for decades, Jim and Carol Harris have embodied the very essence of excellence, ethics, and faith, not only in their construction work, but their service to others and the Homestead Redlands area. There have been few community events where Carol has not been involved. We're reminded of the Red Cross Ball, the Homestead Hospital Pineapple Gala, and her leadership of cultivating dreams, plus her mentoring of breast cancer patients and acting as a caretaker for longtime family, friends, and employees of their business. So Jim can now retire his event tuxedo and enjoy more time either in the air or talking airplane with anyone who will listen. And those of you who don't know Jim, he's probably got as much time in the air as anybody. There are very few people in this world that I've sat in a private small airplane with, and I think Jim's probably the last one living that I would sit with, and I'm certainly going to miss those opportunities to go cub flying around Homestead. But whereas throughout the community, Jim and Carol Harris are held in high regard and serve as examples of that which makes Homestead great. And the only constant in life is change. As Jim puts down his tools and Carol limits her charitable and community service endeavors, and Jim had me put that in, as Carol begins to limit her charitable and community service endeavors, we acknowledge that with their absence, the fabric of our community is torn. And whereas we gather to wish them blue skies, happy landings, good hunting, smooth waters, health and happiness in their new home and airplane hangar. They will be missed, and Homestead is diminished by their move. So I, as mayor, joined by every member of the city council who executed this proclamation, we declared October 5th, the day of their going away party, as Jim and Carol Harris Day in Homestead. Also, I want to read the dedication on the key to the city. This is presented to Jim and Carol Harris. This key to the city of Homestead is presented in gratitude and appreciation for your decades of service and support to our community. You set the standard of excellence and ethics, not only in all of your work as craftsmen, but as outdoorsmen and people of deep and great faith and community spirit. The microphone is yours, each of you.
Humbly, I really appreciate Mayor Steve Lossner. I've known him since he was about this high, growing up in that little house on 8th Street, and had the privilege of working for his parents and for him and his brother. And thank you for the council. And thank you for Homestead. We've had a great life here in Homestead. A brief little history. My grandfather was a contractor here in the 20s and 30s, and he actually built the last Homestead Theater before it was torn down. The one that was torn down, there was one before that, but he built that. And my father and Mr. Schrader started this particular company in 1960 when Hurricane Donna went through the Keys. And there was a real famous restaurant down there called the Coral Grill, and that was their first job. And I grew up in the company and thought I was going to be a commercial pilot, and the Vietnam War trained so many jet pilots that ended that. So the first job I actually ran was for doing Barry's paint over on US 1. And once I did that, instead of using a shovel all day long, I liked it. And so we've had the privilege of working for a lot of people, doing a lot of buildings all over Homestead. But the greatest privilege is the relationships and the friendships we've made by getting to know these people. And that's, to me, more important than whatever buildings we've done. But Homestead has been great to us. And I think about how fast it's grown in my lifetime. When I graduated South Dade High School in '68, there were 334 seniors in the whole town. And the next one up was Palmetto. When my dad graduated at Homestead High School, which is now Homestead Middle School, there were 32 people in 12th grade. And there was Redland High School, and the next one up was Miami High. That's how tiny Homestead was. And my dad used to get on a train a block over here as a little kid, and he and his dad would ride down to Long Key Bridge, have the train stop, fish all night, catch another train back. That was before there was a road to Key West. And the 35 storm took that away. So we've seen a lot of changes. And if you've lived here a while, you wish it was like it was in your old days. And each generation wishes that. You know, when the bypass went around Homestead, the US 1, Homestead used to come down behind the tag agency that US 1 did. When they put it over, they said, well, nobody's going to go to Homestead anymore. They're just going to bypass it and go around. And then the turnpike bypasses Homestead. But I've enjoyed it. I was born here. I've never lived more than a half a mile from where I live now. And I was busy all day getting final inspections for Lewis over here, La Patrona Bakery. He's going to have the most state-of-the-art bakery around when he opens his new facility up on Maury. But we're trying to close everything out. And Carol's been right by my side with everything. I'm pretty good at running jobs and all that, but the office part, she's kept me straight there. So thank you very much.
I just want to thank Mayor Lossner and his wife. They're lifelong friends of mine, and also all the council members that I know personally. This is a heartfelt recognition. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations to you both. My presentation is going to be on a wonderful group of youth here in the city of Homestead. I I'm sure many of you will be learning for the first time tonight that we have our very own lacrosse team. So if you guys want to come on up, and as you make it down for pictures and for a brief education on what lacrosse is and all the goodies you brought with you, I want to just say that lacrosse is one of the fastest growing sports in the world. It's a fast-paced game that involves speed, eye coordination, multitasking, and teamwork. It involves using a stick with a net attached to a pass, catch, and shoot of a solid rubber ball into the opposite team's goal. And we have 20 students or more. How many do we have with us now? 20 students who confirmed, and they're here today. And the parents are here, and I want to just give this opportunity to showcase them and to give our Coach Justice, what a great name, right? Coach Justice, an opportunity to talk about their team, their accomplishments, and their goals. And then I'll have another presentation at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, good evening, City Mayor, council members, and Homestead residents. My name is Kelvin Justice Jr., and I have the privilege of serving as head coach for the Keys Gate Nation lacrosse team. On behalf of our players and parents, I want to sincerely thank you for this generous donation for continued support. These funds will go directly towards improving our equipment and enhancing the experience of our students athletes as they learn and grow through the game of lacrosse. Lacrosse has a deep roots. It was first played by indigenous peoples of North America, where it was known by names as Bagadawa and Dewaladan, simply the creator's game. For them, it was not only a sport, but also a sacred and ceremonial practice used for healing, peacemaking, and even preparation for battle. Later, European settlers adopted the game and gave it the name we know today, lacrosse. Now lacrosse is played across the globe, from Canada and Jamaica to Japan, Kenya, Mexico, and Puerto Rico, just to name a few. Here in Florida, the sport has been steadily growing for decades. In fact, Homestead's first lacrosse team began at Homestead Senior High School in 2001. I was a part of that team, introduced to the sport by my English teacher, Mr. Drew Goldberg. We lost every single game, but we loved it and it didn't matter. Fast forward to today and going into our second season, I have the honor of coaching two teams of fearless young men and women from all walks of life who accepted the challenge of trying something new. My mission is to pay forward the opportunities I was given and to create even greater opportunities for them. With your support, we can give these student athletes exposure, growth, and a chance to pursue scholarships at colleges and universities that play lacrosse and possibly play pro for the PLL, the Premier Lacrosse League. Your generosity and continued support helped make that vision possible, and for that, we are truly grateful. Thank you once again for your time, your belief in these student athletes, and your commitment to our community. We hope you all join us at our games this upcoming season, beginning February 2026. Have a wonderful evening, and please go home safely. Thank you.
So as many of us know, it is so important to support our youth because you learn so much about leadership, about working together as a team. Life is a team sport. So this donation is meant to help take your team to the many games and hopefully championships, and obviously to help offset the expenses that coaches and staff take out of their own pocket to support these organizations and these activities. So congratulations to all of you. Let's try to get the group picture closer together. Yeah? Coach, come to the middle. And who's the team captain? Several team captains. Josh, where are you? Josh. All right, so you're displaying the gear. Okay. And which is the most talkative of the team captains? Andrea, where are you? Yeah? Okay, Andrea, I want you to just say a few words as to what being a team captain means to you and why it's important for you to play lacrosse. This might turn into more dollars for your team, so make it count now.
Lacrosse has really helped everybody, and we have become very comfortable with each other and we've learned how to respect each other as a team and help each other when we used to never know how to do that, and we work as a team more than we have ever worked together with any other sport. Even though we don't communicate, we just know what we need.
Great job, great job. Well, thank you very much. If anybody else wants to add a few words, you're welcome to. Let's take the picture. Oh, we have the athletic. Anyone here from the school, please come into the picture. Our athletic director, come on down. All right, and if I can get Keysgate Nation on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Keysgate Nation! All right, thank you very much. Congratulations.
I'll go to the podium. Take the microphone to the podium. Hello, everyone. So, obviously, this part of the meeting is where we get to recognize amazing things happening within our city. And this last one is no exception. So, we have many community organizations here doing amazing things that most of you probably never will or never have heard about. And I believe that this might be one of them. I have had the pleasure of serving on the Together for Children board for the last 5 years, I believe, with an amazing organization that is celebrating 25 years. That company or that organization is called En Familia. And I would like to invite the 2 directors up first so we can read the proclamation together. So these are the directors, Carlos Salgado and Rocio Tafur Salgado. So I will read this proclamation. It says, whereas En Familia, Inc. was incorporated in September of 2000 to provide educational programs to help improve and preserve family life for a large population of migrant farm workers, low-income families, all living within the Deep South Dade. These areas include Homestead, Florida City, Leisure City, and Naranja. The community in the Deep South is characterized by factors such as poverty, low education, discrimination, cultural prejudices, and immigration laws, all of which have contributed to some of the social issues that En Familia addresses. In addition, teen pregnancy and lack of teen parenting skills are unfortunately also common in our community. And whereas Carlos E. Salgado, MFA, and Rocio Tafur Salgado, PhD, founders and directors of En Familia, Inc., have extensively put their experience together to help work with our migrant and low-income families. They combined field experiences and formal education to create the En Familia Center, which provides programming and services that address the unique needs of our families here in the Deep South. They provide services that range from direct services for children, youth, and adults. I think one of the most impressive times for me was seeing what you did during COVID-19. Obviously, a lot of different businesses and organizations shut down. They did not. They continued their aftercare programs, their summer programs, all virtually to just help our youth have that sense of connection and continue that sense of community. I am incredibly grateful to know you both. And as for our mayor, Stephen D. Losner, we do hereby proclaim September 2025 as En Familia Month.
Councilwoman Slosny, Mayor Losner, and the rest of councilmen and women, thank you. Thank you very much. This means a lot to us. We have dedicated not only these 25 years, but all of our lives to serve the community. And we are here since Hurricane Andrew, and we came and started helping families. And now, like Councilwoman Bailey said, we offer parenting programs and also a fatherhood program, which is for dads. And we have great news to share with everybody. We are going to start taking this program to the correctional system to talk to men that are there. And for us, it's a great responsibility. So thank you. Thank you for recognizing our work.
Thank you. And I would like to see our En Familia staff to stand up, please. My board directors. Would you like to come in for a picture? Yes. We are 32 members in this staff, and they are all right now taking care of the 110 students that are part of the after-school programs. We have 4 after-school programs going on in Florida City, and as well as South Dade and Everglades, and also Redland Camp. So we're very, very pleased, and we're very proud to have them. And they are only part of the people who are available today. We're extremely grateful with Homestead, with all the time, all the years. I've been 33 years working in Homestead, and it's been a learning experience. And we have 2 signature programs. The number one, we just finished celebrating Summer Camp 28. With free costs, I mean, nothing is charged, and we were able to serve 110 students during this summer, and we do a lot of the arts, we do a lot of the arts exposures, and also we do academics in the morning. And the other signature program, Carlos, my husband of 50 years, we are celebrating 50 years together, and thank you. So he is also, and he also mentioned the fatherhood program, which we started doing it since 2003. Thank you so much, and my board director, would you like to say something?
Good afternoon, everyone. I can't get away with not saying something. I just want you to know every opportunity. I am beyond blessed and proud of the work that En Familia does. I'm pretty new as board chair, but I've been with them for several years now. Started off actually as their contract manager, and I just fell in love the moment I met them and fell in love with the work that they do. And if you haven't had a chance to visit En Familia and see the superb work that they do, the love that the community has for them, but more importantly, the love they have for the community, I encourage you to reach out to them and come visit them, because it's like coming home. It really really is. And this really is my family too, and I couldn't be more proud and more excited. And thank you so much, City of Homestead and council members and mayor, for this proclamation. And I don't know if you know just how much they really do deserve it. So thank you.
Yes, one more little thing. I want to acknowledge the support that Councilwoman Jennifer Bailey has done in the arts. That's one of a very strong program for us, and she is constantly there. Thank you.
I am a supporter for as long as I can be. So one more time for En Familia. Congrats. Keep up the great work. You want to come on this side of the podium?
Again, thank you all and congratulations with deep appreciation to everyone for all you do for our community. We will now adjourn the presentation agenda and take a quick break, and then we will convene the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting in just a moment. All right, 30-second warning. You didn't hear LPA. Is it LPA? Yeah. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Community Redevelopment Agency meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. It is now 5:50 p.m. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Board Member Cannibal? Here. Board Member Avila? Here. Board Member Davis?
Here.
Board Member Roth? Board Member Bailey? Here. Vice Chairman Fletcher?
Here.
Chairman Losner?
Here. All right. Mr. Director, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
No, Chair, there are not.
Thank you. Tab 1 is the minutes from our meeting of September 9th, 2025. I'll entertain a motion to approve. Moved by Board Member Roth. Second by Board Member Bailey. Are there any questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Next item is tab 2, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Tab 2 is a resolution of the Board of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the utilization of City RFP 2525 contract with Brightview Landscaping Services for Groups 1, 2, and 5, and SFM Landscaping Services for Groups 3, 4, and 6, for citywide landscaping maintenance services, authorizing the Executive Director to issue purchase orders and execute all necessary documents, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is there any objection to waiving the staff report on this item? Okay. So do we have any questions or comments from council and from the board? All right. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion for the approval of car number 4762. Moved by Board Member Cannibal. Second by Board Member Avila. If there are no final comments from the board, this item calls for a roll call vote.
Board Member Davis? Yes. Board Member Cannibal? Yes. Board Member Roth? Yes. Board Member Avila? Yes. Board Member Bailey? Yes. Vice Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes. Okay. Mr. Director, any further reports or items for us?
No, sir. That concludes the items for this meeting.
All right. Are there any public comments with respect to any community redevelopment agency business tonight? Seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Moved. Seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Meeting adjourned. If the clerk is ready, I will now convene the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting, and it's still Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, and it is now 5:53 p.m. Let's have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Bailey? Board Member Avila? Here. Board Member Cannibal? Here. Board Member Roth? Here. Board Member Davis? Here. Vice Chairman Fletcher?
Here.
Chairman Losner?
Present. All right. Are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals for this meeting? None? Okay. We have before us the minutes of September 24th, 2025. Do we have a motion to approve those minutes? Moved and seconded by Bailey, seconded by Cannibal. There are no other questions or comments. All in favor? Any opposed? Next item. Mr. White.
Yes, please be advised the following item on the agenda is quasi-judicial in nature. You have one item this evening. If you wish to comment upon this item, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding this quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on this item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on this item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the local planning agency to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on this item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the local planning agency on this item. At this time, the LPA members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning car number 4770, tab number 2, on this evening's quasi agenda.
Are there any disclosures on this item? None.
So at this time, I would ask the clerk to swear in any persons who wish to testify on tab number 2. So anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 2, car number 4770, is a rezoning. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by New Health Community Centers, Inc., of an approximately .299 acre parcel of land from multiple apartment R3 zoning district to restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district for property located at 100 Northwest 7th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Typically, at this level, we waive the staff report. If there are any issues, we will come back at the council meeting. I believe that the applicant or someone on behalf of the applicant is present. Would you like to speak to this item? Let's come forward and give us your name and address for the record.
Mayor, if I can, I have had discussions on this item.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. And let me ask the attorney, come on up, come forward. Is the owners required to be registered? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm the owner and my
What?
husband is right here.
But I'm asking have you registered as a lobbyist with the city clerk on this item? Okay. Go ahead. Give us your name and address for the record and
My name? Okay, Susie Richardson Almas, and the address is 100 Northwest 7th Street, Homestead, Florida, 33030.
okay. And is there anything you would like to say in support of our approval here?
We have been in this process for more than 2 years, and thanks to the New Development Service and the gentleman in the back, in less than a month, they could put everything together and bring us in front of you. And I thank them very much. And I have to tell you that I've been in this community since 2004, and I have with me the support of the Pastors Association and the deacon of the Haitian Catholic Church, not to say my patients, Miss Anne and my family and David. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Mura, representing the address 100 Northwest 7th Street. I've been helping Dr. Susie and New Health Community Centers as their expediter, and we are seeking rezoning from, as you guys mentioned, from R3 to B1 so they can open up a medical center in the property.
Okay, very good. Now, just to put it in perspective and set the stage, the applicant is the current owner of the building. The building, as I understand it, has been vacant for many, many years. It was a church, and then I think the home of the Power Squadron. But it was acquired with zoning that's not compatible with your use.
Correct.
Okay.
It was, yes. So that's why we're seeking the rezoning.
Okay, appreciate that. And this will be for a medical clinic.
It's going to be a medical center, yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments from council? All right. All right, is there any, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item then. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. And, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What kind of medical center is going to be?
Use your mic, turn your mic
Family
on.
practice. I have been open in a building that I'm renting for the past 10 years where I am now, and unfortunately the owner found somebody that is paying more, and she's asking me to leave. And I already have the building, and I've been in this process to move, and this is the reason why I'm seeking the change of the zone now.
Thank you, thank you. I second.
Okay.
I second.
All right, thank you. Yeah, well, and since we're in the discussion, one of the issues I had is that it appears there's only 7 or 8 parking spots for the entire building. Kind of see, and look, part of it is our code, but it would seem to me that you're going to have that many or more staff members, so there's really not sufficient parking there, very close to a fairly main road for your patients.
Correct. So we are also in the process of a site plan approval, which involves the restructure, basically, of the parking spaces in the lot around the whole building. So we can accommodate, more handicap spaces for the customer, for the patients and for the staff as well.
Oh, but I guess my point was, is staff shared with me in my agenda briefing the proposed site plan that we may see at some point in the future. But even with that, there seems to be a significant shortage of parking spaces.
Well, with the new parking spaces, I believe we can accommodate, the patients and the staff at the same time. Staff, she can probably address this. How many staff members do you usually have?
We have 4 staff members in-house at all time, but the patients do not come all at once. It's in a 15, 30 minutes difference. So we have time.
Okay.
By the time they come in.
Good, thank you. Any further questions? I think we have a motion and a second on the table. We'll have a roll call vote.
Board Member Ross?
Yes.
Board Member Davis?
Yes.
Board Member Avila?
Yes.
Board Member Cannavale?
Yes.
Board Member Bailey? Yes. Vice Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
No.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have the next reading at a council meeting just a few minutes from now.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, are there any public comments with respect to this local planning agency agenda? Is there anything further from Development Services or from the city attorney on this agenda? Hearing nothing, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, this meeting is adjourned, and hopefully literally in 2 minutes, we will convene the regular city council meeting as soon as the clerk is ready to go, and our honor guard looks like they are ready to present. So we'll just be just a moment. Madam Clerk, are we ready? My apologies for the delay. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead City Council meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, and it is now 6:06 p.m. This evening, the invocation will be given by Pastor Gabriel Demosthene, President of the Haitian Pastors Association, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilwoman Avila and the Homestead Police Explorers. Could you please rise? Pastor?
Almighty and gracious God, we thank you for bringing us together this evening in service to the people of Homestead. You have blessed our community with opportunity, resilience, and a shared purpose. Grant the members of this council wisdom and unity as they deliberate on matters that affect our neighbors and future generations. Help them to speak with respect, love, listen with understanding, and act with integrity. May every discussion tonight be guided by fairness, compassion, and truth. Bless those who serve, our leaders, first responders, educators, and workers who labor each day for the good of this town. Bless all families who call Homestead home, that our community may continue to grow in strength and unity. Let peace preside over this meeting, and may the outcome of our work bring honor to you and benefit to all. Bless this wonderful and powerful council, our mayor, and let Homestead be flourishing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. So, Madam Clerk, let's have a roll call, please.
Councilman Cannavale? Here. Councilwoman Avila? Here. Councilman Roth? Here. Councilman Davis?
Here.
Councilwoman Bailey? Here. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Here.
Mayor Losner?
I'm here. All right, the next item on our agenda is the public comment section. I'm not aware that anyone pre-registered to make a public comment. This is your opportunity to make a comment as appropriate. We'll have a 3-minute time limit. We'll ask you to come to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and keep your comment to 3 minutes. Good evening.
Mayor Lawson, how are you? My name is Romero Horta. I live at 2040 Southeast 19th Street. The reason why I'm coming here today is because at our last meeting, where I was properly introduced to your staff at the town hall at the Villages, I was improperly introduced. I am no problem child. Okay, my name's Romero Horta. All right, I've been in banking for over 25 years. I started my banking career against your dad's bank at Community Bank. From there, I went to Washington Mutual. From there to SunTrust. From there to Wells Fargo, where I actually employed some of your majors in here. And now I'm at TD Bank as a small business specialist. I'm no problem child. I just know my stuff. Okay, so the next time you see me in public, please just say hi. That would suffice. No other comments, please. The reason why I am here is because I sent an invite to the candidates. Unfortunately, there's no forms, or we don't know your platforms, and we don't know what you're running for. So thank you, Councilwoman Bailey and Councilwoman Avila, for your confirming your attendance. Mr. Davis, will you be attending tomorrow at 12:30?
I will not.
Okay. Then can I ask you this? Why is it that you ran 2 years ago on promises to stopping overdevelopment, but you actually approved 3,000 projects, over 3,000 new units in the past 23 months?
Mr.
I am
Davis,
not
that's not an
discussing-
appropriate question
Yeah, I'm not discussing,
for this forum.
Okay.
Those matters here.
Okay, so I can't ask anything, so what's the whole point of
Not
on this?
campaign related, absolutely
Oh,
not.
no, it's not campaigning, it's actions that he took. He actually ran on that, but he actually voted on additional units, you know, adding more to the overdevelopment. Why did you vote for that when you ran on opposing it?
I will not discuss campaign issues from the dais.
Which I thought so. Mr. Ziri, why are you ignoring my emails and my phone calls? I called you 4 times, I left you 4 messages with your gatekeeper, and not 1 call.
Not aware of your calls, sir.
You're unaware of my phone calls. Please get a hold of Deputy Brown. I left 4 messages. My inquiry was, what was your thought process when you were hiring your deputy manager with an adverse background?
Sir, I'm not obligated to respond to such personal inquiries from the dais.
Well, I mean, it is public record, so it's out there, so of course we can discuss that.
Thank you.
Okay, so moral of the subject, why I am here. I'm just here because I do run True Homestead. I am the one that runs the page, yes I am. Why I do it? Because no one else will. And we need someone to hold all of you accountable. So, Mr. Davis, if you do decide, a chair will be there for you tomorrow, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Orter, real quick, because I didn't catch your first little comment there and didn't realize until later in your discussion that it was seemed to be aimed at me, that you were introduced improperly?
No.
Okay.
No. What I was saying is you didn't introduce me correctly the last time when you introduced me as the problem child to your staff. Do you recall that?
I did.
Okay.
And in the context of the conversation, we all know that at that moment, that meant, and in the context, was an entirely different thing. If you want to play word games, I'll be happy to go outside with you and have fact-based word games anytime you're ready.
I'm not running for office, so that debate is pointless.
Nor am I.
There you go. Well,
nor am I.
You are asking for 4 more years, so technically you are.
Any further public comment? Hi, Pastor.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, distinguished city leaders. As you already know, my name is Pastor Gabriel Demusen, and I'm president of the Homestead Haitian Pastor Association. I think that's the first time we have a city council that works closely with the pastors. I have to commend and thank all of you, because we need that. But that's not my purpose to be here today, but I feel conveyed to thank you, because I think of each one of you every day. Keep doing what you're doing. That's good for the city, and we can see that our city is in peace. That's a blessing from God. Thank you.
Thank you.
I stand before you as a representative of the Homestead Haitian Pastor Association, a coalition of faith leaders serving the local churches and the residents across the city. Our mission is to foster spirituality, unity, and community well-being. Today I come to speak in support of a project that aligns perfectly with those goals. The proposed clinical initiative led by Dr. Susie Richardson-Armas, a respected physician of Haitian descent. This project is not merely a building or a business plan. It is a lifeline for a community in need. Homestead is home to many hardworking families including Haitians, Latin Americans, and other immigrants who struggle daily to access affordable, culturally competent healthcare. The vision of this clinic is to bring medical services closer to those who need them most: mothers, children, seniors, farm workers, and the uninsured. Dr. Amas is not just a doctor. She's a servant leader. Her deep roots in this community and her proven commitment to public health make her uniquely qualified to lead this effort. The clinic's role is to provide preventive care, chronic disease management, and health education in multiple languages, bridging cultural and linguistic gaps that often keep our neighbors from seeking help. As pastors, we see firsthand the consequences when families cannot afford healthcare, when treatable conditions turn into crisis, and when people must choose between medicine and rent. We have prayed with too many members who suffer needlessly because of limited access. This project will not only heal the sick, but also strengthen families, reduce health disparity, and support the city's long-term vision of a healthy, thriving homestead. We acknowledge that every development must meet regulations and respect community concerns, but we confidently affirm that this clinic will bring a positive impact, creating jobs, reducing emergency costs, and partnering with local nonprofits and churches to ensure holistic care. It is an investment in life, dignity, and equity. And in closing, we urge this council, these wonderful and wonderful people, and I said from all my heart, because believe me, I'm an outspoken guy and I'm very watchful. If I say something, I say from the bottom of my heart. You're an excellent group for the city. I encourage you to support such a project. In closing, we need this council to see what they can do. A tremendous opportunity to help relieve people, empower local professionals of Haitian descent, and demonstrate that Homestead is a city where every resident descent, and demonstrate that Homestead is a city where we are included, as you have been doing since you have been elected. Let this clinic stand as a testament that when faith, medicine, and civic leadership work hand in hand, our city grows stronger together. Thank you again. Let me just make a distinction to Council Jennifer with the support back of all of you that always stand as a Haitian personality. We appreciate you all. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, the police officers. You're doing an excellent job, especially in this time of difficulties for us. God bless you all.
Thank you. All right. Any further public comment? Sure. Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to recognize that the Mayor's Youth Council has walked into the chambers to continue their education on what civic government is all about. I'd like to introduce the Mayor of the Mayor's Youth Council, which is Brooke Marcelli. It's a great group of talented kids, and y'all work hard to make our mayor very happy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Councilman. Yeah. And hope that, I know you've all been invited, should have been invited. Hope we'll see you tomorrow evening at the State of the City address at 6:30 here in the chambers. All right. Any further public comment? Is there anyone online? No? No one else in the audience? All right. So, the public comment, I'll now close the public comments section, and I'll ask manager and staff, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Unknown by Mr. Is Mr. Lopez here? Iggy, are you here? I think he's one of the last items this evening. I think we need to, based on information I've received, I think we're going to need to defer item 18 to the next regular council meeting. I saw him earlier. I don't see him here now.
So
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think he's with the city clerk's office.
So
You
that's
might wanna give
been
it some
being
time.
resolved then, so we may not need to,
So I would suggest you table that until it comes
okay,
back.
so we'll ensure that is, okay. Very good. Then, if there's no objection, I understand that folks have come from out of town. Councilwoman Avila, for one of your items under your business, what's that? I thought I saw Walter back here somewhere. How can you miss that?
Sorry, I didn't see him come in. Thank you, Mayor. But under my items, under my business, I do have a presentation that Mr. Jenkins would like to give for council's consideration for our city manager and staff. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
So just, so we have a record, give us your names and addresses so that we have those on file.
Thank you. Walter Jenkins, 4075 Northeast 40th Road, Homestead, Florida, 33033. Thank you, council members. I appreciate the time. I know all of you personally, and I'm here before you today because I think it's so important for our city to participate where there's an opportunity to leverage a better utilization of our spending and to be able to bless our employees. I think there's 511 of them within the city that I calculated, with as much benefits as we can to be as attractive of a city as we can to those city staff members, as well as to be able to reduce our cost as a city. I understand that you guys have been hard at work at some bond referendums, et cetera, and I thank you for the improvements to our city that you're focused on. But I do believe that our city internally also needs care that supersedes any other municipality around to continue to attract the talent like our new city staff and other team members that we have. But today, Colton is with me, and he's one of the directors for Champion Health's distribution. And the reason why I look at this is because it's a multiple-fold benefit. And I said, let's go ahead and bring this to our city because other municipalities across the state and the country are benefiting from this cost-saving tool that also gives our employees within the city additional benefits, and Colton will share what those are. But the most important thing, and the reason why this was created, council, was because we don't know which of those 511 staff members are going to call in and say that they're fighting a cancer battle. They're fighting a heart attack or stroke, something to that effect, because they did not take preventative care. They didn't have the opportunity because their utility bill or their rent was more expensive than the cost to go to the urgent care or the hospital and find out what's going on. So Colton will talk more about how it works and what it is, but I wanted to let you know that this is a goal to remove any barrier from preventative care for all of our city staff. The byproduct of it is savings for the municipality. Approximately $1.6 million impact per year. There's many different layers to that, but some of it is guaranteed and some of it is based on other levels of investment and discovery. My goal is let's take a look at this. Let's find out what other cities are doing, and let's find out if this applies to us as a city. Colton?
Thank you, Walter. Thank you, council members, mayor. I'm joining you, Colton Benz, tonight from Wisconsin. I reside at 743 Fiesta Drive, Nakusa, Wisconsin, 54457. That's my address as well. And we're bringing forth the educational session on Champion Health. I come to you as a product matter specialist. I work with public entities and private across the country on promoting better healthcare spending, better healthcare benefits, zero-cost access to healthcare and preventive measures, and that is what I'm here to present to the council members. So we did supply our overview of this for everyone to review, and I just wanted to start this off with sharing the history on what we've been doing with our program across the country. We've been operating the Champion Health Plan for around 10 years now. I've personally been working with them for over 7. And in that time, we have brought this on board with thousands of employer groups across the nation. And it does 3 key things. We're able to coordinate some zero-cost access benefits for employees of organizations where they otherwise may have a cost to seek preventive health care, to seek visitations, to seek blood work. We get to remove that barrier for them. At the same time, we are able to reduce the tax bill overall for an organization that is supplying this to their employees, along with the real magic ending of it, and that is increasing take-home pay wages for employees that are part of the program as well. We do work with other cities across the country, some of them in Florida, in the state of Florida. And so there are a few dynamics to this program that I'll review. The primary piece to it, and I want to review on the first portion, is supplementing somebody's current medical benefits or just providing them with some in the first place if they don't necessarily have any now. As Walter said, we never know who the next person may be that calls in with stage 4 cancer or has a heart attack or has a stroke, and there are ways to prevent that. There are ways to detect that early. So our entire program has been designed around prediction and prevention of illness, injuries, and diseases using technology and education in the medical space. That is what we're promoting to employees that are on this program. At the same time, funding healthcare benefits that they can actually use on a daily basis all across the country to seek out doctor visits, to seek out walk-in clinic visits, to seek their medications being covered. And they no longer have to choose between keeping the lights on, paying their utility bills, putting groceries on the table, and going to a doctor visit. So what this comes along with is unlimited, zero copay, primary care visits, urgent care walk-in center visits. Anything that is Affordable Care Act preventative care gets covered on this outside of an existing insurance policy. So where another avenue is that we bring forth monetary benefit to an organization is when you have a health insurance policy and you use it, rates tend to go up year after year after year, as we've been seeing the trend happening. We're able to mitigate that by putting this in front of a health insurance policy, reducing claims utilization, reducing claims spend for a self-insured plan account, and in turn reducing long-term healthcare costs for an organization, which we have proven with a track record of large insurance carriers over the past 10 years. At the same time, providing other support services for employees. Unlimited 24/7 virtual care, but in both the physical and mental health space. And I think the number one utilized piece on this is the mental health component to it, something that is better than any EAP. It's better than waiting 4 weeks to seek out a therapy visit in person, something that employees can gain access to immediately and visit with a therapist, visit with a counselor, have their children seek out teen mental health and wellness programs through what we're providing. Now, there are a few other things put in here. I love the edit that Walter added here for the animation at the bottom, but we're able to actually supply additional perks and benefits that employees can use on a day-to-day basis, one of them being virtual veterinarian services. What's more stressful than having your pet have a problem that you can't get them to see a vet for very quickly? So that's something else that's provided here on a video and phone call basis for employees to go and use as much as they'd like to, never a copay or any kind of out-of-pocket associated with that, along with laboratory testing kits and VitalTrack technologies that we can integrate. That's another piece in this world of preventing injuries and disease. Can just come with a simple blood test on a yearly basis, and so many people don't do that because of the inconvenience or the cost of it. So we're supplying that to employees to order through their accounts here, that they can actually do it themselves at home with a simple prick of a finger and send it into the labs. There'll be all kinds of results from metabolic panels, lipid panels, whole blood counts, precancerous markers, prediabetes, which can extremely help with the prevention of those diseases being late discovered and difficult to treat. I'll skim through on the last part here, but we want to promote the heartbeat of what Champion Health has been, and that is that prediction and prevention of injuries and illnesses, using our technology and education based on risk, based on assessments, based on family history, medications that are being taken. So when employees are a part of this program, your employees within the city, or many of the employees that are with private companies that we have this program in, they are starting off with an assessment of risk. Champion Health will determine what their high risk factors are, what kind of chronic illnesses there may be, what kind of medications they're on, and then we prescribe them actionable items that they could use on a daily, weekly, monthly basis from the Mayo Clinic that are designed to help manage, treat, prevent injuries, illnesses, and disease. If they follow along, it may be a video, it may be a study, it may be a article, a recipe, a routine, something that's relevant to that individual's life in order to help them prevent things getting worse or prevent them from happening at all. Now, the overall analysis on this, we have two components to Champion Health. One of them being a Section 125 medical plan. That's going to go in front of any other benefits that an employee currently has, but it takes a pre-tax funding mechanism through payroll that ends up directly reducing payroll tax matching costs for an employer group. Now, this applies to any size, any type of industry, public or private. We all have to pay Social Security and Medicare tax matching within payroll, or just payroll taxes in general. We're able to reduce that with what we are funding through the CHAMP plan, at the same time as actually rewarding employees for being a part of this plan with medical benefit payouts to them simultaneously. End result on that being the organization sponsoring the plan reduces their overall taxes they can reallocate into the budget, and in this case, apply to public projects, give incentives to employees, or actually end up completing some of the things that we're looking for money to complete for the city. At the same time, employees end up retaining more of their earnings and wages because they also have less tax being withheld. And they fund some medical benefits simultaneously that they can go and use as much as they would like to without any cost out of pocket for it. And I'll wrap this up with this final image. And this is the proposed overall savings that Champion Health supplies to the city of Homestead, just based on an employee count, where we are going to the next step on this, and our request is to actually do the full detailed analysis on this. But based on just an employee count, we have some guaranteed and some variable savings that come into play. Based on our national averages, it is in the green of a $1.6 million swing annually that we have as proposed savings. And the last piece in here on how we actually calculate that and generate that report on a specific basis is simply looking at payroll figures, and we're able to come out with final figures on that to share what that number truly would be. That is the final wrap up I have just on the overview of this at the current state. I'll pass it back over to you, Walter.
Thank you, Colton, and we'd love to field any questions that you have. However, I do want to say that we have potential bond. I just looked at the numbers that you guys have shared, and it looks like if all funding at the same time, it's around 60 million in interest cost over time. I just look at this as a great way to repurpose and reposition those same dollars that we plan on paying outside of our existing plans in the budget. And it also gives us an opportunity to better attract talent with a benefit that does not leave when an employee decides to go to a different municipality, and it really sets us apart. And so I don't think there's a single employee within the city of Homestead that would not like their pay increased or their benefits improved. And I know that our city would also enjoy the additional reduction of expense. So my goal is for us to explore this further, find out what it is that it means for the city over time. And I hope that you guys also want to explore that with me.
Any questions from council?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for our presenters for bringing this item to my attention. And I mean, we're always trying to find ways to find, pennies in the couch cushions, and a million pennies of savings is quite a good reason to explore it further. And I wanted to make sure that we all had an opportunity to hear the presentation at least once, and to hopefully give a general consensus to our city manager and staff to review it further, digest it, really maybe give us some one-on-ones as to what the numbers confirm to be after they do all that analysis, and maybe bring it back for a future meeting. But I'll rest there. Thank you again for bringing the item.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me turn to the city manager. It's my understanding that he and his staff have received a presentation and have done some preliminary review of vetting, if you will, of of this plan, and I'd like to have a briefing from the manager or his staff on their perspective as to this plan. I won't call it a proposal, but this product.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor and Council. Several months ago, another group had come into the city with the same presentation about the CHARM plan, and we had asked for references of any governmental entity that has done a similar program, and we were assured there were, and especially Miami-Dade County. A result was presented to us as coming from the county. We read through the resolution. It was more a direction from the Board of County Commission asking the administration there to look into the feasibility of this plan, and nothing moved forward from then. And the entity was unable to provide any further proof of any municipal or governmental entity that has accepted this plan or implemented this plan after it has been presented to them. So that's why we move forward. The city advertised for the city's health plan. I'm not too sure, is the procurement director in the room? I don't think we received any further representation from the entity that they are interested in offering any type of plan to the city. If there's any additional comments, Madam Director of HR, I would like you to add if you have more.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've reviewed several of these programs. And as the manager said, as your subject matter expert, I did not recommend moving forward with this program. There's no cities that I've been able to locate that have implemented or would provide me any feedback regarding these programs.
Can I respond? Yes, just want to make sure I'm in turn. I had a chance to meet with Mr. Ziri. I have never had a chance to speak to, are you Ms. Babette? First time I'm meeting her, and we would love to explore this for our city. There are other municipalities. There was no open dialogue between myself and Ms. Babette. I would love to explore that with our city because neither Mr. Ziri or Babette represent the entirety of our city. Everyone in this community are the representatives of paying tax members who should see this through as a opportunity. And whatever it is that Mr. Ziri and his staff have looked at so far, none of it came from a dialogue with us to show them their answers to their questions. So I understand they're very busy. Ms. Babette, welcome to the community. We appreciate you, Ziri, as well, but the full due diligence has not been done. And there are other municipalities that are on this already. I showed Mr. Ziri that Miami-Dade County, as you mentioned, is currently, actually Colton is the one that's helping them with that process, but they are still in that process and they are doing full due diligence and moving forward. So our goal is for us to get ahead and not to be behind. So yeah, there are other municipalities, Mr. Ziri. Ms. Babette, there are other people that are on this, and I think that it's important for us to look at it internally and do proper due diligence.
Just from my understanding, would this be a supplement to the insurance plan we recently adopted, or is it a potential replacement? Because when I go through this, there seems to be a lot of duplication from what was recently represented to us in the plan that we adopted a couple of months ago.
I love that question because, as you guys know, I've spent over 24 years in insurance, and I'm a pretty big nerd in it. And there's no mitigation for our rising in. I don't know if there's a single person, a business owner in here that can say they received overwhelming rate decreases from the same insurer year over year. Most of the time, people are expecting rate increases, sometimes to the tune of double digits. And there's frequency and severity, and this stands in front of the health insurance policy that you have. It doesn't have to do any coordination of benefits, and it offloads all those claims, whether it's severe claims or regular, severe claims through prevention or regular urgent care doctor visits, prescriptions. None of those hit the major medical, and that's where a lot of the savings are coming from existing clients that we're familiar with. So this works in front of the health insurance, so it doesn't do anything to replace it. And it also helps these benefits extend to family members who may not currently have family benefits through the existing health insurance. So no, it doesn't interrupt.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Since the Reverend gentleman mentioned that they do have other additional cities that he has information, I think we should welcome his providing us those additional information, because the only one that was provided in the past did not pass muster. The county did not have any information. The county passed a resolution back in November of 2024, asking the administration to come back within 120 days. This is October 2025, and none has happened. However, if you have additional information, we're welcome to receive it.
Yes, and I'll let Colton speak to that due diligence process. But yes.
If I may, thank you. Just for the sake of our meeting tonight, and there's a lot of other items, I think we're not passing any motions tonight or any decisions. It was just a matter of presentation, and I appreciate the opportunity for our city manager's office to continue the dialogue and perhaps bring back something that they can support or additional questions and concerns for us to review. But I think we can cut the presentation at this time, unless there's anything really urgent you want to add.
I just want to add that I will provide some references for the cities that are currently using this.
Hey, that was my thought before the manager jumped in, is that if we don't have complete information, if you could provide that so that the manager can make contact and try to determine the legitimacy or viability of the plan that the program that you're offering.
Right, it almost sounds too good to be true, so it does deserve some real good due diligence, as we're all talking about, and if there is a way to find us the savings, I think we'll all be very appreciative of it, so thank you.
Oh, and we would be, and Colton, I want to apologize that I think you've been snared into a really craven political stunt here tonight. There was no reason for you to have to come to Homestead from Wisconsin to do this. This is a very unusual procedure. It really doesn't meet protocol of procurement. So on behalf of at least myself, I won't speak for myself, I apologize that you have been ensnared in something that could have been resolved otherwise without a trip to Homestead. But again, I look forward to your provision of the information.
I appreciate the visit. I was able to spend 4 months here last winter, so love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. All right, let's go back to so we have addressed the additions, deletions, or deferrals. So tab 1 is an ARPA update presentation. Is that you, Mr. Manager?
Yes, I will ask the deputy manager to handle this.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I will work to be very brief in both this presentation and the one that follows it. So, as you are potentially accustomed to at this point, at least on a quarterly basis, we try to give Council an update on how we are progressing with the ARPA dollars and the projects that coincides with those ARPA funding. At a very high level, for the benefit of Mayor and Council, we have 54 total projects that are either fully funded through ARPA or partially funded. Today, of the 54, there are 11 active projects, which means 43 has been completed and officially closed out. As a point of recollection, the city received $19.1 million in ARPA funding back in June 2021, and then again in June 2022, the second tranche of those dollars were delivered to the city. And ultimately, the charge was to identify initiatives and projects across 5 areas: public health and negative economic impact. There was a premium pay for eligible workers, administrative expenses, investment in infrastructure, which we have done a lot of, and then there's an opportunity to replace some dollars from general revenue. To date, we have spent, or we've expended almost $17.6 million, and we have 11 projects. For the purpose of brevity, I will quickly run through the 11 projects. Towards the back of your presentation, you have the complete list of the 43 projects that have been completed. So the first item is the America 250 initiative. The pending item there are the pole banners that we have to finalize, as well as there's some America 250 hats that we are working on bringing into production early next year. The second initiative is our EPL build, which we'll talk a little bit more about later on. But as a reminder, ARPA partially funded the EPL project to the tune of $400,000. The third project is the Park Solar Portable Lighting and Camera Initiative. We actually have received all of the equipment. We have completed the project. The component that is still running is the recurring monthly AT&T charges, which is a part of the general revenue. Our broadband infrastructure, so this is our Wi-Fi in the Parks initiative. We have completed 9 of our 13 parks are now Wi-Fi enabled. For the new Code and Parks Administration building, as we know, we completed the Parks project, I'd like to say in June or early June of this year. Yes? No, May of this year. And there's several administrative costs that are recurring, but the project itself has been completed. As a part of the EV pilot program, we had allocated the purchase of a EV vehicle. We have had some challenges with securing that vehicle to serve as the initial pilot program for the city. So that is still an ongoing effort. We get to Flagler Avenue Gravity Sewer Design. I kind of want to jump a little bit to a completed project to explain the Flagler initiative for a moment. So with the Homestead Regional Park, if you recall, we had about almost $2 million slated for Homestead Regional Park, and there was a remaining $97,000 to complete the design and permitting. With us moving forward with the VSGS Sports Performance Hub partnership, that $97,000 was reallocated away from Homestead Regional Park. We no longer needed to earmark those dollars in that project, and we moved it to the Flagler Avenue Gravity Sewer Design. There was a need for dollars to be supplemented for this project as we work towards completing the design and moving into the construction in Q1 of next year. As you are all attuned, the Chrome Avenue Water and Sewer Design, we have a little bit under $20,000 remaining in that initiative, and it's $20,000 of ARPA funding. This project is funded by multiple sources, but we have $20,000 left of ARPA associated dollars for the Chrome Avenue Water and Sewer Design. For our Cybrarium 3rd and 4th floor elevator and bathroom build out, we have $130,000, a little bit over $130,000 remaining. In the way of an update, this particular project, the elevator cabins have been installed. We are waiting for connections and to be able to test. The bathroom is also complete. We are still essentially working through the punch list items in order for the project to be considered complete. We have a little bit over $1 million for our sewer system evaluation survey, and this is essentially our continuous effort of lining different pump station basins to further reduce the inflow of the infiltration in those pump stations. And I believe that is a quick summary of the 11 active projects. I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Council, any questions or comments on the status of the expenditure of the ARPA funds? Yeah, keep moving. Quick question, something that occurred to me.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing worse than having no Wi-Fi, having spotty Wi-Fi. What's the lifespan of the equipment we're placing in the park? So we'll know, we're going to need to begin to set money aside to upgrade and replace.
That's a great question. I think our IT director is walking in at the moment. The mayor would like to understand our the lifetime duration of the equipment that we've done for the Wi-Fi in the park, and what is the plan for replacement once we approach that term?
For the Wi-Fi, right? So that equipment usually lasts a good 5 to 10 years. So ideally, what we would like to do is include it in the CIP plan moving forward, and that's pretty much it.
Good. So 10 years, none of us will be sitting here.
Hey, Yanel, technology changes, right? So by year 3, this city should start planning on replacement programming, even though technology may have changed by year 3.
One of the other things to make note of, at least on the Wi-Fi side, is the equipment is one thing, but with the recurring subscription with AT&T, we are able to increase the bandwidth as capacity is needed, right? So there's the equipment, and then there's the actual service. By virtue of the service that we've signed up for with AT&T, we can increase bandwidth and coverage. And then the equipment piece is something that we have to start planning for within that 72 to 60-month window.
Thank you. Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. So with lifespan for the Wi-Fi out at the parks, what's the possibility of bringing fiber optic out to those areas and also Chrome Avenue? I was talking to Carol Harris, and a condition of her closing on her home was to bring fiber optic out to where she lives. If they can do it out there, we certainly can do fiber optic along Chrome Avenue and to the parks, which would give us a lot more lifespan.
So, Council Member, AT&T has actually been implementing a fiber optic installation in the entire South Florida. They've been swapping out existing systems, which I was informed was one of the reasons they sold the facility, the building beside City Hall here, because they no longer need it. We will reach out to AT&T rep, who's been here several times, and have written confirmation how soon they can complete the City of Homestead.
Thank you. That's all I can ask for.
From what I understand, that's just in lieu of or in replacement of the old copper.
I don't know.
That's what and I guess the next level of thought process is, as long as we're digging up Chrome in Washington, let's at least put in the conduit for fiber optic, if not the actual fiber optic.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So the EPL build item.
All right. I'm going to be shorter, sir. I'll try at least. Say that again? Put me on the 3-minute clock. We'll do it. So for I would say maybe since last year or so we're circling about a year, Mayor and Council has heard about EPL Build, and we've talked about it with the objective of the big goal of essentially transforming how the city does business. So we'll quickly talk about what is EPL Build. We'll talk about the departments that are involved. We'll do a very quick review of Phase 1 and Phase 2. I'm very happy that now we officially have statistics that we can share. And then we'll talk a little bit about Gridix, and then really close out with a lot of the complementary initiatives that staff has undertaken to make really an ecosystem of services come online. So this is maybe the one of the big things that I really want to make sure that Council understands. So EPL Build is the front-facing software that folks see, but in reality, we are integrating with a whole host of legacy systems. So our GIS platform, we've developed almost 27 to 28 different layers through integrating and pulling layers from the county to establish the city's own GIS application. We've purchased, as a part of the Tyler Technology platform, Tyler Payments and Tyler Cash Sharing, ultimately now facilitating citywide payments online, and we are moving to a world that it's one payment system across the organization. We do have some legacy systems that we will continue to work with, but going forward, all services must connect to Tyler Payments and Tyler Cash Sharing, and the solution facilitates that. C-Click Fix, which is our Fix-It Homestead tool, we are integrating C-Click Fix with EPL Build for code compliance purposes. DigiPlan is our electronic plans review solution that facilitates electronic plans review by staff wherever they are. Naviline, so in the past, there was a manual effort to reconcile payments done in our permitting system to the finance and budget Naviline system. We have worked with both the Tyler as well as a local developer to create that connection, that now we have an automated solution that pushes over completed transactions into the Naviline platform. And then last but not least, we have Laserfish, which is the city's document repository that we will integrate EPL Build with Laserfish as a part of the Phase 2 project. Quickly, Phase 1 involved, again, we configured 27, and I'll take a moment to really thank staff. They have worked tirelessly to get this done. I'm pretty sure if you drove by at 9, 10 o'clock at night sometimes, you saw staff here trying to ensure that the system was up and running by October 1st. I think we did it in 7 months, and it is no small feat. So I really would like to thank all the staff that has been involved in this initiative. We really do appreciate the hard work that has gone into this. 27 building processes, 4 public works processes. The clerk came online with lobbyist registration. We had 1 energy process. In addition to all of the configuration in parallel, we did the permit fee study. I've mentioned we built out, in coordination with IT and a consultant, 27 GIS layers, several integrations, and then in addition to that, we built a back-end application to bring offline several legacy applications that exist within the city. What will an applicant be able to do? They will be able to submit online, upload their drawings and documents online, pay their fees, monitor and track the progress of their applications. Without even submitting an application, they will be able to estimate their fees and then request their inspections online. Before you is a screenshot of what the portal looks like. You saw it a little bit earlier where we've also brought in other applications that folks can use this as a jumping off point for. Our city staff will be able to pre-screen applications. They're performing concurrent plans review. They're addressing code compliance issues. We are performing inspections. They'll be able to manage the administrative processes post-permit issuance, and then ultimately issue the certificate of occupancies or certificate of completions. And again, here's another quick screenshot of what the city staff workspace looks like. The departments that are involved to date: development services, public works, our energy, code compliance, city clerk. In Phase 2, we will add on solid waste and a few other departments. So here's what I'm really excited about, right? One of the strategic plan objectives is for us to become a more data-centric operations. So since we've gone live and since the creation of this presentation, which was last Wednesday, we also rolled out a solution called QLess, which tracks the number of people that walks into a given department. So with that, we are now able to showcase that we've had 146 folks that has visited us to deal with building related issues, 69 for business licensing issues, and 117 to address planning and zoning inquiries. We've had about 52 applications submitted in the EPL portal. One application is in review, and we haven't issued any permits to date. So one of the things that we've observed here is that applicants are not used to having to, one, that the system generates a package and for them to sign and notarize, right? That's a change issue that they're working through, which is why we are seeing a lot of applications submitted, but they haven't returned it to the city. So that is something that we are working through with our applicant community. On the legacy side, because we are working in a dual world, we've had 188 applications submitted since 10/1, and we've issued about 154 permits to date. On the code compliance side, we've gotten, in large part, issued about 175 notice of violations. And a very important thing that we haven't articulated, in the past, it took about 45 minutes, and I think this is important because it gives context. It took about 45 minutes for a code officer to open a case in Community Plus, right, which is our legacy system. We have moved to less than 10 minutes for a code case to be opened. So when we also talk about, you know, presence and being on the field, when it takes 45 minutes for production for one case, that significantly impacts the ability of productivity for staff. Now we've gone to less than 10 minutes for a case to be opened. Additionally, we have intentionally built in automated reminders and re-inspections as a required step that did not exist in the past. On the clerk's side, which is a very popular service, if I may say so and brag on the clerk for a moment, although it wasn't EPL billed, we rolled out the passport services. The clerk utilized the QLess solution, which is our appointment making system, and we've seen 76 online appointments made, 51 of which we've been able to complete passport, whether it's a renewal or a new passport request for the local community. Some change management things that we are working through. Internally, we are trying to adjust procedures, ensure that staff understands what the new processes are. We are implementing ongoing trainings, a feedback loop, and we are going to be ramping up an externally facing component for customers to be able to get assistance and provide feedback for continuous improvements. Really important, we are not just building out a system, it's really an ecosystem of services. And if today, another quick screenshot, we have created a central page on our website for all things EPL build, and all of these little tiles brings you to different instructional pages for folks to be able to navigate the new processes and the system. Quick screenshot of the QLess online application that we've rolled out in conjunction with EPL Build. We talked about Gridix earlier today, and phase 2 is also a lot of work. I think more work than phase 1, but now that we've done this in a 7-month time, I know with a little less sleep, apparently, we'll get phase 2 done. And with that, again, I'd like to thank the team that has been involved, and I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Comments? I hear rave reviews on the street so far.
Okay, that's good.
I really do.
That's
Very
good.
complimentary of the ease of the system and how successful it's been.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Mayor.
anyone else? All right, thank you. All right, we now have our consent agenda, tabs 3A through 4. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. I heard, I think the Vice Mayor moved it, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey, I think. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, let's go to our land use items. Mr. White?
Yes, please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the counsel to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning tab 5 and tab 6 on this evening's quasi-judicial agenda. Tab 5 is the rezoning from the former City Hall
Nothing
site.
additional.
And tab 6 is what we just heard at the LPA meeting, the rezoning.
Okay.
6 for me, please, Mayor.
Yeah, sure, as disclosed earlier. Okay.
So at this time, I'd ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak this evening to please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab 5, car number 4736. This is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by the City of Homestead of an approximately 16.116 acre parcel of land from government property GP zoning district to retail commercial B2 zoning district for the property generally located at 700 and 790 North Homestead Boulevard as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Thank you. Is there any objection to waiving the staff report for this second reading item? All right. So moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Let's open the public hearing to see if anyone is against wings, burgers, and ribs. And Mr. Espino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, it's so good to see you. Daniel Espino, office at 730 Northwest 107th Avenue, Suite 315, Miami, Florida, here on behalf of Flanagan's. No, quite the opposite, Mayor. Not here rising in support of this. We fully concur with the staff recommendation and encourage you to support this item on second reading. First and foremost, this is consistent with your land use, the rezoning category of B2, and also in line with the trending of that neighborhood. It's also an uncommon situation for all of you because you are the property owner, and it encourages your goals of redeveloping this site and sites along major corridors. Before we found out that we would, that you all, the city, would be graciously rezoning this property, we intended to submit an application to rezone just the former library site to B2 because it would accomplish and facilitate the Flanagan's parcel. So just know that it accomplishes the objective of the concept that you saw. It's been a great experience so far working with your manager and your staff, including your new community services director. To further along that process, we've been working with Concurrent Paths, that is supporting the rezoning, talking about the site plan, and this is a condition to close. We've waived the condition that we'll wait for site plan approval administratively, so as soon as this goes, now with your prior approval of the waiver of plat, and this one will be clear to close, and then promptly thereafter submit the site plan and be on our way to getting Flanagan's here in Homestead. So thank you so much for your time this evening, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Espino. All right, any final questions or comments from council? We've already opened the public hearing and closed that. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Cannibal? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 6.
Yes, tab 6, card number 4770. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the rezoning as requested by New Health Community Centers, Inc. of an approximately .299 acre parcel of land from multiple apartment R3 zoning district to restricted retail commercial B1 zoning district for property located at 100 Northwest 7th Street. It's legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts of building, providing for an effective date. First reading.
All right, moved by Councilman Roth. Do we have a second?
May I second with a
Second.
comment?
Sure.
I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Susie, for your patience. I know that it has been quite a lot. The only reason I'm sure I heard of this and no one else is just because of our relationship and from previous issues that just seem to continue and not being able to really find a good answer for. Thank you for your patience and good luck. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, and I would like to say to the applicant, earlier I voted no, and I have real concerns, and this is a code issue. And we're going to have to, it's one of those things we keep talking about for decades, we need to fix our code. Medical use is very intensive, and our code for parking for other uses is in no way sufficient for any medical use whatsoever. So that was, I want you to understand that was my concern. It's not to you, your product, what you're doing, who you serve. My prior objection was as to a bigger picture issue. We have issues all over the city with people parking on swales. It creates traffic issues. There's a school across the street. It was a perfect storm of, for me, of a lot of issues, and we're going to have to clean that up internally in our code when we address holistically our building regulations and deal with parking. Anyone else? Okay, if we have a motion and a second, let me open the public hearing and see if anyone wishes to speak in opposition to this matter. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Cannibal? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Reluctantly, yes.
The motion carries.
All right, next item, tab 7 is a resolution.
Yes, moving on to legislative items, tab 7, card number 4765, and tab 8, card number 4766, or companion items. The tab 7 is for the establishment of a proposed CDD. Tab 8 is the corresponding item related to the creation of a multi-purpose dormant special taxing district. I can introduce both of those. You could have a collective discussion on both of those and then take a separate vote on each item.
Yeah, let's proceed in that fashion.
All right, tab 7 is a resolution, City of Homestead, Florida, expressing support for the establishment of the Sendero Landing Community Development District, aggregately encompassing approximately 82.95 acres, more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, approving such action by Miami-Dade County Board of County Commissioners, providing for transmittal by the city clerk, providing for the adoption of representations, and providing for an effective date. Tab 8, card number 4766, is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, supporting the creation of the Sendero Landing Multi-Purpose Maintenance Special Taxing District, aggregately encompassing approximately 82.95 acres, more or less, having external boundaries as depicted and legally described in Exhibit A, authorizing the city manager to enter into an interlocal agreement between Miami-Dade County and the City of Homestead for the creation and immediate transfer of the multi-purpose special taxing district to the city upon creation pursuant to Section 18.31 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for transmittal by the city clerk and providing for an effective date.
Ms. Harrow.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Pleasure to be before you this evening. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Maritza Haro. I'm joined today by Keith Leonard and Rebecca Cortez from D.R. Horton, our CDD attorney, Ginger Wald, as well as my colleague, Ben Sherry. Happy to be back before you on this really exciting project that the city approved unanimously last year. The applications before you, I would call them ministerial. They're really, as your city attorney summarized, the approval essentially of a funding mechanism for the future maintenance of stormwater management system, right-of-way, internal roadways, etc. of this project. But I'd like to start by giving you sort of a brief introduction of what we've been up to since this project was approved. I'm sure everybody's wondering, you know, what's happened since last year. So you're all very familiar with the almost 97-acre project assemblage that we call Sendero Landing. It's located just north of 328th Street. And so you might recall this is a one-of-a-kind project in the city of Homestead, mixed use, really exciting, a combination of residential and over 200,000 square feet of commercial were approved here. And so since last year, we've been working hand in hand with the city. We're really grateful to your new Development Services Director, Deborah Storage, your city manager, and the administration for helping us get over the administrative site plan review application. We received the city's intent to adopt the ASPR on October 3rd, and we're expecting the full approval by November 3rd. That essentially unlocks our ability to move forward with permitting. In addition to that, we, after having dealt with a wetland determination issue with the South Florida Water Management District for over 4 years while we were concurrently getting the project entitled with the district, DERM, reached out to us this year claiming the entire property as a wetland. So we, went through that, overcame that hurdle. DERM has now issued a no wetlands determination on the site, so happy to report that. And then lastly, we're grateful for your city manager coordinating meetings with the Turnpike authorities. That is top of mind. We know that's not only important to the city, but to the commercial developers as well as D.R. Horton to ensure that we have a direct access to this project. Essentially, we've had meetings with the Turnpike. The issue is funding, so we're calling all of our friends in Tallahassee and everywhere to put those funds together to try to expedite and bring that date closer. The other item I want to update you on is that D.R. Horton, as you know, is a residential developer, right? And they've been looking for a commercial partner for the site. We're very close to having one. We anticipate that that'll happen. We'll have something formal at the beginning of 2026 at the mayor's request. We're happy to, once we have a formal commercial partner on board, have a meeting, whether it's a sunshine meeting, a meeting with your administration, we'd love to introduce them to the city and, work hand in hand with the city to ensure that, the permits are happening expeditiously and that the city, puts their money where the mouth is, right? Welcoming commercial developers, because we know that this project would not have been approved if it were not for that commercial piece that we're all excited about. So with that update, we'll get into the reason we're here. So we're essentially the ask this evening is the city's support for the establishment of the Sendero Landing Community Development District and a dormant multi-purpose special taxing district. This is required by Miami-Dade County before they move forward with our applications for the formation of the districts. So on the screen, you'll see the CDD and STD areas, 82.95 acres. You'll note that they exclude the commercial piece. This was done on purpose. We don't want the future residential residents to be responsible for the maintenance of the commercial. Typically, that is done by a management company on the commercial site, any maintenance of the commercial space. So things, the CDD will be responsible for things such as stormwater management system, internal roadways, improved swales and medians, landscape lighting, any related utility bills, turf, trees, shrubs, landscaping, etc. And this is, in order to ensure that the beautiful Sendero Landing project that was approved, in fact, stays beautiful for years, and there's a funding mechanism to ensure that that happens. And so this is consistent with your comprehensive plan, your zoning code. It's, again, a pretty typical process, especially on projects of this size. With that, I welcome any comments. Our whole team is here available to answer any questions, and we respectfully request your support.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments on the CDD and Special Taxing District application for Sendero? Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do understand the benefits of forming the CDDs. I've raised it before. I think that one of the biggest cons is it ending up in the small print for potential residents. So that is the one piece that I've asked staff in our briefing, is there anything more as a city that we can do to make sure, they're either incurring those fees pretty much with their buying cost or spreading it out. But the one thing that I just want to make sure of is that we do our best to make sure that everybody who is coming in understands what that means, because it is a very long and it's a lot of information for somebody, especially new-time home buyers. And as we're continuing to try to make sure our residents can continue being homeowners, I think that's a really important piece that I know you guys would be passionate about as well.
Absolutely. D.R. Horton, I'm sure their closing team goes over with buyers in detail, but we'll make sure to note that and to highlight that as part of that closing process.
I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, Councilwoman Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the conversation we had earlier today and bringing me up to speed on the updates you were giving tonight. The CDD over, historically here in the city, as you mentioned, been used as a funding mechanism. And, my experience with it has been, developers' attempts to try to pass on the cost of the infrastructure over generations of homeowners versus hitting the first buyer up front with those costs for developing. And, in theory, that makes sense, but the cons of this is that it hides in the taxes. And when you talk with the actual residents and you speak to those that have purchased in these communities, these gated communities like Waterstone, Malibu Bay, Oasis, Ventanas del Sol, for example, they're clueless. They're clueless, regardless of all of the, they're clueless about the CDD and what it's for and why they have to pay it. And they think it's an extra tax that the city is charging. And, while, having chaired a CDD, I understand the concept and the budgetary benefits of it. And, however, it's not necessarily what the residents want to keep seeing as a product available in the city of Homestead. I would like more time to discuss this specifically because it's a mixed-use product. It's one of the first, and it also being a vertical mixed use. I'd like to have some more time to review how is it really beneficial for the commercial components or the commercial owners not to pay towards the stormwater and maintenance of the common areas that they will be benefiting from as part of the development. I don't believe the commercial side will have different infrastructure for stormwater, so why wouldn't they pay and help reduce the costs to the future homeowners that would be incurring the CDD fees? Similarly, the landscaping and the lighting, if they're completely separated in terms of how they're being managed, then you could have a very clear line of demarcation between maintenance and what's looking good this month versus next month, and are they being cut? We have the issue here in the city as to what is the county maintaining versus what is the city maintaining. So in the bigger picture, I can understand why the developer needs this. But when it comes to the residents and the product choices that are available, I don't know if this is the right, as of right now, I don't think this is the right way to go. And have we even explored what would it be for, as the alternative to a CDD, just the HOA taking over? And so what would those HOA fees be? What would it be spread out to the commercial side of things too? I would like to have the opportunity to talk more with the team about why that's a benefit at the end of the day for our residents and our future citizens here in the city of Homestead. I'll rest there, but if this is going to move forward tonight, I will have to be a no vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just respond with all the communities you mentioned are beautiful communities, are beautifully maintained, and it's in large part thanks to those CDDs. In this case, and our CDD attorney is here, so we're happy to answer any specific questions. It just made sense to keep it separate. We don't want residential owners to be responsible for maintenance responsibilities of the commercial and vice versa. Like you said, there's always questions. Is the county responsible? Is the city responsible? We wanted to keep it very clear here. But
can I just ask you a question on that answer? Why would the homeowners be responsible for the commercial side of things if I'm only questioning the stormwater? Why would the commercial maintenance of like the building or anything like that be, why can't they just isolate the common area impact as part of their contribution towards the CDD?
So I'd like to ask Ginger to chime in, but my understanding is that if we include the commercial, there's other maintenance responsibilities that come along with that. Ginger, do you want to add any?
Ginger Wald, Billing Cochran. The commercial is excluded for a variety of reasons. That's one of the major reasons as to the control over the common areas of the property and what is going to be common as to the sense of CDD responsibility and ownership and what is going to be the responsibility in regards to the commercial. So if the commercial portions are included within the CDD boundaries and they are going to be paying for their share, right? As to debt, because they're going to have debt on them as well, and they're going to have the operation and maintenance that are placed on them. The utilization, when you look at the assessment methodology, and I know you're on a CDD board, so I understand. Oh, not now, but at the time, I know you can't do it two at the same time, but you were. So you understand how the assessment methodology works as to when you have a house that's a larger house, the ERU is 1. When you have a townhome, it's smaller. They use less facilities, so the ERU is going to be smaller, maybe a 0.8 or a 0.6. That is done by a methodology consultant. Because commercial properties are done on a square foot basis, their utilization of those services is usually smaller. It's not the same as to water. You use more water in a larger home as to a smaller home. It's not the same as to the wastewater as well. So the amounts that they pay as to the operation and maintenance therein is usually smaller. So they're receiving those benefits as being part of the CDD, but they're not paying as much. Now, I can't say specifically for this because none of that analysis has been completed, but that's what I have seen for others. And looking at other mixed-use CDDs that we have that are where it's very small as to the commercial portion versus the residential portion. I'm not talking about Midtown Miami. I'm not talking about Miami World Center, where it's a full mixed use. But when you're talking about that small amount of commercial, that's usually what ends up. And then you see residents getting very upset that live in the CDD saying, why are we paying? And we're paying for them too.
Thank you. Can you tell me how much square feet of commercial space Sendero Landing is? No, I would like to ask the attorney because you're referencing small square footage. Do you know how much square footage of commercial this project is bringing?
I can't answer that because none of that determination has been made because nothing's been formed.
Okay, so I appreciate the attempt.
I think
So
that
she's
info
a
was in one of
CDD
your
attorney.
slides, right?
Right, it's one of my slides. It's 216,000 square feet.
Thank you. Another item that I have about the stormwater is that in the CDD communities in my district, the stormwater is in the retention ponds, but we're being charged stormwater fees. by the city. So that's another question in contention of, at least for the CDD communities that I represent, and another reason why I have a question in with City Manager's office to look into this as to whether or not this is accurate and for how long have we been charged for stormwater, if and moving forward if it's still applicable. And so I have those reservations and I need to discuss. On top of that, the CDD, as I mentioned, in theory is supposed to pass on a savings or pass on the cost rather over multiple generations of homeowners, not just the first one. But I don't know if that's necessarily the case in practice in terms of how we're pricing these properties. So I'm going to keep listening if there's more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
just to
Manager.
clarify the comment from Councilwoman, I would like the Public Works Director to redirect on the eligibility to pay stormwater utility fees in the city, which is typically for public right-of-ways. Go ahead.
Correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just as Councilwoman Aguilar mentioned, the cost for the stormwater installation and maintenance within the CDD is that which is within the boundary of the CDD and only for those utilities. The cost, the fee that is assessed for the stormwater by the city is intended to operate and maintain the stormwater system within the major arterials and corridor, and everyone has use of. Of course, historically, there has been some minor roadways that do have stormwater catch basins and French drains and whatnot that do not get charged to CDD because the code hadn't been implemented until afterwards, I think 2004. But in general, those roads are also roads that are trafficked and are used by the community as a whole, whereas private developments are usually traversed by those that live within them, and they are usually not used as a way to go from point A to point B for any other residents, just those that live within the community. I believe that's the mentality and the reasoning for the code and the way that it's written and implemented, statewide.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, that's
Just for clarification, there are institutions, government agencies that own property, as well as schools, do not pay stormwater utility fees. State government agencies and their buildings don't pay stormwater utility fees. Mr. City Attorney, redirect if you have additional comments.
Well, that's because of a judicial decision that said they're basically not collectible. As they enjoy sovereign immunity, but that's a separate issue.
okay. Thank you. I'll have to talk with you after the meeting to make sure I understand, the clarifications for the stormwater and what that means to the district. But I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll go next. Why not? Everybody knows I'm not a big fan of CDDs, and I've only voted for one that was brought forth, and that was because it brought a public purpose, and that was in Keysgate, and it was to sustain the golf course, hopefully, in perpetuity. That those condos that were being bought and sold by those folks knew that they were going to own a piece of a golf course, and that's why they wanted to live in that community, and it was a public purpose. You brought up the commercial aspect of the development, and up until you mentioned that you had an interested party, I hadn't heard that, and in fact, I've heard that nobody was interested in doing that project. We have no assurances, we have no insurance that that commercial development will ever be built because we didn't require it, and that was our mistake. So you brought it up. Is there anything you can give us up here, an insurance or assurance that that commercial development will be built? And I bring in the example of the property catty corner across the street where D.R. Horton is building townhouses now. 4 acres were reserved for commercial, and poof, the commercial's gone, and now Lennar is building townhouses there. So I voted in favor of the development because of the commercial aspect. You gave us a hope that we would have a very unique product in the city of Homestead. And I'm having a hard time believing or understanding that that's even going to happen here. And I don't want to see what happened across the street happen there 5 years from now, where they can't find a developer for the commercial side, and somebody comes back and asks us for rezoning to residential. It's definitely something we don't need there. The generational payments of the CDD, do you have an estimate of the cost per unit for each of those units? They're all relatively the same size. They're going to be relatively the same square footage.
Yes. It's for the 2-story townhomes is $3,173 per year. That comes out to about $116 per month. For the 3-story townhomes is $150, and then the live work is $133 per month.
So that's what it starts at. I was talking to a couple of residents the other day that live in the Oasis area, and they started at $1,800 a month, or a year, I'm sorry, and now they're up to $2,800 a year. So if it's simply to help offset the costs of development, infrastructure, and they plan to live in this place for 30 years, let's say, till it's expired, right? They pay it off in 30 years. Why does it go up in every year or every 2 years, whatever it is? Why does it increase?
That's a good question. So it's maintenance, right, of the areas, and costs go up regularly. So they have a budget, and it's based on, based on whatever responsibilities, like, in this case, the internal roadway maintenance.
Understand.
Right?
So are these
depends on
people
those costs.
expected to pay after 30 years additional into a CDD to maintain all those structures?
So the community will continue to be maintained, the landscape.
Right, so they're going to have, this
so
is
it's
in
like a
perpetuity,
maintenance.
so it never ends.
So it's essentially the private, a private party taking on the role of what the government would typically do.
At $3,000 a year.
So it's that community is essentially self-sufficient in covering those costs versus spreading those costs citywide. I don't know if.
I think your question was, it keeps going up.
Mm-hmm.
So the East Homestead CDD is the Oasis. It's been controlled by the residents that live there, so they're the ones who've been making the determination. If the CDD didn't exist at all, and everything at that point would be owned and controlled by the HOA, you're still going to have those costs, you're still going to have the maintenance costs, you're still going to have the operation costs. So those amounts are still going to be there. They may be the same, they may be higher, but they're still going to be there. Those residents are either going to pay them through the HOA, or they're going to pay them through the CDD.
Correct. So for disclosure purposes, if I was buying in a community like that, I'd rather it be through an HOA that's being disclosed to me at closing, because that helps me with my financing, right? So,
Well,
and as the other council member said, the majority of people don't know what they're signing, right? We all know the euphoria of buying a new house, right? We often neglect looking at all of the expenses that are there, right? And then next year, especially in a new development, their taxes were one thing one year, and then the next year their taxes go to market value. So they get sticker shock, right? Their escrows go up, and you put people in uncomfortable positions because they can't afford to make those payments anymore. And that's what I'm getting at. So obviously I'm going to be voting no against this because it's just against my character. But I think that others need to think about the fact that the benefits that we were told in the past may not even come to fruition, and all of a sudden, some of us may be sitting up here in 3 or 4 years, and the question is going to come again and say, okay, well, we can't find an operator. We need to rezone that property because it can't just sit there vacant, and I don't want to see additional housing put there. So if there's an assurance that that commercial component will be built in some way, I don't know, Matt, is there something we can do to assure that that commercial component, if we give them the CDD and the STD, that they're required to do that?
The simple answer is no.
No. Okay. So I'll listen to the rest of the comments and see if I have anything else later. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll look to my left.
Well, Mayor, my issue is, thank you very much for your presentation. At this point, why don't we just postpone this vote until the next meeting, and that gives us plenty of time with which to review any questions that we may have. There's been a lot of things that have been brought up tonight. Perhaps the wisest course of action would be to delay this vote until the next meeting. Gives plenty of time to review in earnest all of the issues that have been brought up today.
Is this, from your position, time sensitive to take the next step toward the development?
Yes, this is, as I mentioned, is tied to a county petition that is being scheduled for Board of County Commissioners. So we were trying to line up this hearing with the Board of County Commissioners hearing. So that would cause it's a trickle down delay. What I'd like to just say is this is a great project. Okay, D.R. Horton has done everything that they've said that they will do so far, and they will continue to do that. They want to be in partnership with the city. We understand that, like I said earlier, this project was approved, right, conditioned on this commercial piece. The D.R. Horton has not one, but multiple, has had, there's interest. There's a lot of interest in this property. I'm not privy to disclose that right now, but like I said, and at the mayor's request, we're happy to, once we have the formal agreement with a commercial partner, to involve the city in pushing the project forward. The item before you today is ministerial in nature. It's really a funding mechanism, and the question is who's going to pay it and through what way, right? Is the city going to take maintenance responsibility for these rights of way, the landscaping, etc.? Is the HOA going to do it? Somebody has to pay it, and the CDD in the past has been the mechanism to do that most effectively, mainly because as everybody knows, the board is elected. So the residents will have the opportunity to elect who is managing those budgets and what, keeping those costs in line. And so with that, Councilman, we kindly ask that this move forward today and allow us, again, we're not going anywhere. We're happy to continue to be, Zeri knows we're not going anywhere. Happy to keep you updated and answer any questions that you have.
Mayor?
Councilwoman Avila, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to clarify that at time of closing, a buyer, they see those disclosures, and if they're getting financing, they are qualifying with that CDD payment in there. So I do know that that's happening. Mm-hmm. Okay, but what I want to make sure that we understand is that over time, the Homestead has now been able to see the evolution of how CDDs affect our residents and their overall lifestyle and the burden that it does bring, even though it is a funding mechanism, right? And it has its pros, it has its cons. And we've been able to see this over 25 years now. So the reality is that the HOA meetings, right? Those happen monthly. CDD meetings happen usually monthly. It's another layer of meetings that residents have to be aware of. It's another layer of budgeting that residents have to be aware of, in addition to their taxes. So, and then I think this community remind me if I'm wrong, it has multiple HOAs, right? One for the townhouses, one for the single families, one for the condos. So you are going to have an HOA, within a CDD, within a city tax, right? Then you have your county tax. It's just multiple layers of taxes. And so intellectually, we can understand why these systems might be necessary, but it's not at the benefit, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's not at the benefit of the taxpayer and the resident. It's just too many layers, right? I can expect you and I and us to understand this, right? But the lay person, the mom and dad, even the business owner that is, working, the entrepreneur, this is extra information and stuff that they have to make sure that they are constantly on top of, making sure they're reading that there's a CDD budget, CDD evaluation, a cost going up. If you guys can go and come back with a CDD option that maybe takes out the operating and maintenance of, let's say, the clubhouse, right? And so only in the CDD is the bond, which is the 30-year component, and maybe only in the CDD is the stormwater. But there is a clubhouse in this packet, or in this project.
I think it's part of the budget. There's a discussion as to, so there's one HOA, to answer your question.
So the condos, the houses and the townhouses in the
so what's
Sendero?
before, so specifically, there's the CDD for the townhomes and the live work. That will have one HOA. And it has not been fully determined whether the clubhouse will be the CDD or be the HOA that will maintain it. But again, it's more of the funding mechanism which will be used. They have different purposes.
I can appreciate that, and I would like to be fully informed, right? There's too many to be determined or to be decided as to what's going to be in what. Yeah, but I mean, you can call the question and proceed, but for those reasons, I'm having a hard time getting to where we can overlook the effects of how the CDDs are affecting the families, and having to continuously educate. And even within the CDD, I know the board of supervisors, they work very hard to try to educate the residents at the board meetings. They try to host, what is a CDD, learn how it affects you. It doesn't connect to the taxpayer. At the end of the day, it's not connecting. And I don't think we're going to, 25, 30 years from now, we're going to be regretting that we're adding more and more CDDs to the city.
So let me ask, and I don't know that it's our place to get into future financial decisions and allocation between HOAs and CDDs. That's just not our place. But for the attorney, let's cut to brass tacks. If a CDD is not approved, what will become of Sendero Landings? I think I know, but I want to hear it from you.
The responsibility will be on the HOA to maintain. I mean, the costs are the costs for this community. So any way you slice it, and I understand the educational component. D.R. Horton is a publicly traded company, right? They're in the business of selling residential homes. They have their closing packages. I can assure you that they are spending the time with the buyers, explaining to them exactly line by line, line item. And as a loan officer, real estate agent, I understand the concern, especially if you're, this is first time home buyers. So they're typically, their estimated tax bill, CDD, all of that will be considered as part of that loan. It'll be pretty true to what the next year's tax bill will be. The concern is mainly, in the resale of these units. I think, D.R. Horton will continue to educate from their, they will do that education component as part of those sales.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at, if the CDD is not approved, the development portion, and from what I'm hearing tonight is that, and I'm saying, thank God I don't live in a CDD and hope never to have to. The CDD fee has two components. the initial debt for the development of the infrastructure in the community and the annual operating cost to preserve the caliber and character of the neighborhood.
Right.
So if the CDD were to fail tonight, that amount will be built in full in the price to the buyer on the first sale.
Exactly.
And unless you start cutting corners and reducing quality and put in Formica countertops rather than granite countertops, prices of those homes will be generally unattainable for what they are.
Correct. And there will be no money for public improvements otherwise, right?
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
that it's going to impact and perhaps suppress, the first sale because there's no way to, and I get the concerns for a CDD. I really do. I think in the early days of CDDs, going back 20 years ago here in Homestead, there were probably a lot of issues there that I think have been resolved on newer ones. But the philosophy of the development portion of the CDD allows folks to get into a home. Otherwise, they would generally not be middle class affordable. And, whatever a CDD board does for the annual, frou-frou, that's their business. Now, and I think and I get it because I've had these same concerns. I've heard the same rumors. We're kind of mixing apples and oranges about, well, unless you can give me assurance there's going to be a commercial component, we're not going to approve your CDD. And absent the proffering of some assurances by the developer, similar to something that we did at the golf course, where until you complete the clubhouse, you don't get the second half of your permits, our hands are tied in that regard. But the failure to adopt a CDD is going to change the entire pace, and I'm not saying it's going to stop it. So everybody out there that doesn't want one more house built, some days I feel like that. That's not going to be the result of not approving this CDD. That's just not reality. We all know what your client paid for that dirt. It blows my mind every time I think about it. So it's not going to sit there as fallow land. It's going to increase the prices to families who are looking for homes. Is that a fair?
That's a fair assessment,
Okay.
Mayor.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. You made great points there. What I do want to clarify, the comment of it would transfer in full, that I have to disagree with. Because on the CDD budget, you have attorneys that are present at every single CDD meeting. You have elections that you have to hold, which I would assume in that size of a development, you probably would have to hold that. You would have an additional property management company that is specialized in CDD management. So you have duplicative costs added to this development structure because you have the CDD. And so all I'm asking for is I would like to have an apples and oranges comparison, so that if the CDD passes, and perhaps even at a unanimous vote, that we can say we looked and we analyzed that the benefit is there in the writing, and we compared the two products. And I know you mentioned a deadline with the county, and I'm sensitive to that. What date is the county commission meeting? And could we maybe could we just try to have, for the sake of all of us, I would like for all of us to be able to look at the product at the end of the day and say we did our due diligence in reviewing that the benefit of the CDD, in fact, outweighs the expense of HOA taking on the cost in full. But I understand. I just wanted to clarify the costs on the budgets are not exactly the same.
Let me jump in real quick. And we're up here kind of, and I don't mean this in a demeaning manner, saying, let's make a deal kind of thing, and substituting our financial judgment for D.R. Horton and buyers. my understanding, HOA fees are not deductible. CDD fees are deductible as taxes. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, I'm not a CPA, so I can't answer that.
Well, neither am I. That's why I asked.
Well, if I had a CPA, I could ask them.
But they are in effect a tax
They are
levied by
they are a special
the CDD.
assessment.
Yeah.
They are a special assessment. And so if a CPA says special assessments are tax deductible, then they're tax deductible. But I can't give that.
Versus just general HOA fees for
Correct.
operations and maintenance,
Which are never.
which include those attorneys' fees at all of those meetings versus the debt.
Correct. And either way with the maintenance, I mean, some CDDs enter into agreements with the HOA where the HOA provides all the maintenance, even over the CDD properties. And so therefore, you're only having, in essence, 2 CDD meetings to handle the budgets. And then that's it. The HOA is the one taking care of everything within the community. That is permissible. And again, it is completely up to that resident boards, if that's how they want to do it. And so that's how that occurs. In regards to the county meeting, we cannot get on a county agenda until we get this resolution to them. And then they'll go ahead and move forward. To answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Cannonball.
Yes. I live in Oasis, and when I bought that house, they explained me everything completely about the CDD and the payment that I need to pay and how it was going to be. We're going around and around and around. This is part of the business of doing these things. I am going to move this item, okay? So if somebody wants to vote with me, it's okay.
You're moving the CDD tab.
Yeah.
All right, do we have a second?
Thank you.
Do we have a second on the CDD?
Do we not have a date for the county meeting? Because speaking of the county, has staff really evaluated what the CDD means to the city if for some reason that falls through? It is a very large project. If there is time, I do believe that there are items that we could go a little further into.
So the other item that's part of, that's on the agenda today is the dormant special taxing district. So if the CDD fails, that would essentially take over.
But then what would the city of Homestead's responsibilities be, since now the county is not?
Our responsibility.
Right, so what does that mean to us with this size of a development, is my question. We don't have any prior experience with this, right? We don't even know what it entails? Because when I asked during my briefing, there's no, I just wanted to know, have you come and?
The special taxing district would essentially take over those maintenance responsibilities and would be part of your tax assessment bill.
So I'm asking, in your experience,
So we
has
directly get
this
money for
happened
those
before? Now that the county is putting it on municipalities, what does it mean for the municipalities?
I don't know the answer to that, but
So, if I may,
yeah, yes. Thank you.
so for special taxing districts, the way it used to work, the Miami-Dade County will be responsible for the maintenance using the payments made through the tax roll by hiring consultants and vendors that will do routine maintenance work. That has changed. Now it devolves on local cities to be in charge of that job.
So
Mr. Mayor.
with this size of a property, have we looked at what that means for the city itself?
Well, we've not done any type of maintenance costs and what resources the city will need to devolve to this. I will highly recommend to listen to Wise Counsel. If we don't know the date the county is going to consider the CDD, maybe we can do a special call at the
That's
next
what I was going
town
to
meeting.
consider, a special call on the 12th of November before our committee of the whole.
Okay. So what would happen?
So, I got lucky.
Go ahead, and
He's
then the
in
Vice Mayor
audience.
has a question or a comment.
Sorry.
Vice Mayor? No.
I was going to try to answer the question that was asked regarding the special taxing district without the
Okay.
CDD. Luckily, there's somebody in the audience that I know that has some experience in this and was able to help me with answering this question. So as to the special taxing district, that would be, it would be formed. So the special taxing district is formed by Miami-Dade County. They're going to have those special assessments. It's not dormant, it's active. They're going to have these special assessments anyway. And then the agreement as to the city of Homestead with the county, if the city of Homestead is going to be provided those services, the individual homeowner is still going to be paying those special assessments, and it's how the city of Homestead decides to manage it.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
So I too want to thank you for your time that you did provide with me yesterday. But I've never been a fan of CDDs. I've supported them in the past because I know the benefits to the city. Okay, but you know, I always had that old Latin lesson back in the day, caveat emptor. You know, you got to read what's in the fine print before you sign your name to it. I'm more than happy to second this nomination tonight, but I think you can probably count. And you might want to ask to defer this until we can get a little further down the road. But I'm happy to second it if that's what you want to do. You let me know.
Councilman Cannonball made the motion. If you second it, count me as a third vote in favor of moving the CDD forward tonight. I just don't see where anything's going to change. The philosophy, respectful disagreement, the philosophy is not going to change.
Count me as a yes. Let's just get this thing.
Thank you.
I do agree with your estimation, Mayor. Let's just do the vote. I think that it's the right thing to do.
We appreciate it.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion and a move by Councilman Cannonball, second by Vice Mayor. You know, we do, and I don't know if Councilman Roth, you know, there is that other somewhat related issue. I think maybe we're trying to tie it together as to some assurance for the commercial project. I don't know if you have any authority tonight to make any representations or proffer anything that would provide any assurance, something along the lines we did with the golf course.
Mayor, Council, I appreciate the lively discussion and allowing us, the time today. I don't have authority to proffer any additional commitment. What I can give you is our word, and also just something to think about is that not the 1,100 units are not all going to be built at once. The commercial piece also has residential units, 410 of them specifically. So those will, in order to unlock those units, you have to build the commercial piece, which I hope gives you some assurances, in addition to the fact that D.R. Horton is committed to finding the perfect commercial partner for this site and getting this built. This is just as much something that the city wants as an amenity and a selling point for these future residents. And we appreciate the vote of confidence.
Thank you. All right. Any final comments from council? Okay, so let's open the public hearing really quick. Is there anyone in the public or online who wishes to speak on this matter for the approval of the Sendero CDD? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on the motion to approve tab 7 for the CDD.
Councilman Roth?
No.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, let's move on to tab 8 with respect to the special taxing district. And we've had that discussion.
Move it.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Cannonball. Any questions, comments on the special taxing district? Is there anyone wishing to make comment on this item? So I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on the special taxing district.
Councilman Cannonball?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
No.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? No. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
And Rich, I just urge you, at the earliest possible time, if you could come make a public presentation as to the status.
Absolutely.
I believe that you and your client are acting in good faith, in other approvals for other builders. I don't know that there was that element of trust there. Based on my history, I have to, be less guarded, but I'm trustful that what's been represented will come forward. But if you or one of your partners could keep us up to date.
Absolutely. We really appreciate the vote of confidence and look forward to continuing to work on this project together.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Appreciate it. Good night. All right, moving on to tab 9, from CDDs to murals on basketball courts.
How is it a mural?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, tab 9 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the painting of a basketball court at Roby George Park in partnership with City Year and AT&T Believes through the Revive to Concha program at no cost to the city, adopting the proposed court artwork, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is there any objection to waiving the staff report on this? I think we've all been briefed. All right, do we have a motion? A motion on this, Councilwoman? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Let's see if there's any public comment. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 9.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilman Cannonball? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And tab 10, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 10 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the award of a contract to America's Generators, Inc. in the amount of $63,840 for ITB 2025-32, purchase of a packaged engine generator system for Pump Station 22 upgrade, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report? Okay, do we have a motion? Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Councilman Davis. Are there any further questions or comments on this item? It's always a good thing to move along something in connection with a pump station. So, pardon? Yeah, final closure. Let's, any public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 10.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 11, please, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, sir. Tab 11 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to approve all budgeted new and replacement vehicle equipment purchases for fiscal year 2026, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Anyone, any objection to waiving the staff report? Moved by Councilman Roth. Do we have a second? Second by Councilwoman Bailey. Further questions or comments? Well, I'll open the public hearing. Close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab, was that 11? 12, no.
No, we're
not
still on
12.
11.
No, that'll be a long discussion. Tab 11, yes. The previously budgeted vehicle purchases, releases. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on tab 11.
Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Any objection to taking a 5-minute recess before we get into the meat and potatoes? I think we've got some pretty lengthy items still ahead of us.
I'll make
This
a
next-
motion with an extension to 9 p.m.
Yes, okay, so move for a 5-minute recess with a meeting extension to 9 p.m. I'll second that. All in favor? 5 minutes.
Now we all can't go back at the same time.
I can, I'll go upstairs.
There you happened? You saw it earlier. It's because of October, it's pink, it's breast cancer awareness. Yeah. Laser. No, I haven't. Hey, Catherine, you gonna make a presentation?
I guess so.
You're up. You might be up next, I think.
Hi, Mark.
I really want some insurance information, right? No, that's why I asked. It's still put pressure on me. They could have profited. The same one out on Maui. On Maui. Yeah, but there's not, there's no contract on that property right now. The developer, the property owner has that. Nobody else. There's nobody building it. We're talking about that 14 acres and to the south of the road. Yeah, no, there's, I mean, they have approvals. But everybody fell through. But there's nothing active on that right now. I just hope they agree with this. Let's go to the restroom in case we get stuck here for another hour.
1-minute warning. Okay, gavel us out of our 5-ish minute recess and open with car number 4739, tab 12, the Seminole Theater Management Agreement. Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 12 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with Oakview Group for the management and operation of the Seminole Theater in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the attached term sheet, authorizing the city manager to extend the current agreement, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone need the staff report on this item? Okay. So do we have any questions from council on this item? Questions or comments? Let's have a presentation.
Yes.
You're going to open the can of worms and then we're going to start talking.
Thank you. Our 7-year contract has come to an end, so we thought we would do a 7-year report. I'll be paraphrasing most of it. You're welcome to go back and look at the details, okay? Let's see. The Seminole Theater is a premier performing arts center in South Dade. Through this presentation, you will see that the vision and values are integrated in every facet of its programming. Since 2015, OVG has continued to provide high-quality performances that are accessible and diverse for all. So who's OVG? Who's this company that's been managing the theater since 2015? OVG is the leader in venue management. Our approach in operating is unparalleled. We focus on creating premium content for a unique guest experience. OVG offers the Seminole Theater event and booking management, sales and marketing, event coordination, operations and engineering, service contracts, evaluations, negotiations, and oversights. The list goes on, as you can see. And we're committed to another 7 years with you. I personally have been with the Seminole Theater since 2015, and the one thing I know is that it has become the cultural hub of South Dade. It has helped revitalize downtown Homestead, and our events bring visitors who support local businesses, boosting the economy and diverse programming from concerts, comedy to plays, musicals, and it offers a little something for everyone. I am deeply connected to our community, partnering with schools, cultural groups, and artists for meaningful opportunities. With OVG's leadership and the City of Homestead support, the theater continues to thrive, and our vision to keep driving cultural engagement and economic growth, building stronger and more connected Homestead. So if I put up all the programming we've had, this would be about 100 pages. So here's my favorites, the ones that actually stand out. Over the past 8 years, the Seminole Theater has proudly hosted a rich and diverse showcase of performances that reflect the heart and soul of our community. We've welcomed national touring artists, local talent, and everything in between. Our music lineup has included genres from jazz, rock, Latin gospel, country, and featured renowned artists, up-and-coming stars as well. In theater and performances, we staged Broadway-style musical, classic plays, original work, and bilingual productions. We filled the calendar with family shows, stand-up comedy, cultural festivals, and community-driven events. Our commitment has always been to create a platform where culture thrives, art shines, and audiences feel welcomed. So here are a couple of artists that we had to our Seminole Showcase. As you can see, there are many, and I know a lot of you have attended those. Additional programs insert the Seminole Theater Arts Conservatory. So if you know me, this is one of my passion projects, one that I'm most proud of, a space where children from our own community can come together and explore the world of performing arts. Our Seminole Theater Arts Conservatory brings local youth together to explore, act, sing, and dance in a fun, creative space. By the end of the program, they perform an original show for the community, showcasing their new skills. This program has become highly valued in our community and building confidence, talent, and love in the arts. What's truly inspiring is that many of our young performers go to join into our iconic Seminole Theater Players production. We watch them grow and from first shy comers into leading roles on our main stage. The Seminole Theater Players. It began with a successful summer production of Hairspray in 2018. It expanded to 2 shows, In the Heights and Annie, and brought in large audiences. Since then, STP has grown into a year-round company with 21 productions and 2 more in progress, including Frozen and Lion King. Each show involves approximately 20 to 50 volunteers and brings in 2,940 patrons per show, with actors and audiences coming from all over to take part and enjoy the performance. Each production has an average budget of $60,000 covering licenses, venues, staff, costumes, advertising, and accessibility services. These funds support the shows directly and don't go toward operating expenses or salaries. These shows are funded through the Friends of the Historic Seminole Theater. They take the profits from the show and put it back to the theater via programming and capital improvements. Community programming. The Seminole Theater has become a go-to spot for all kinds of community events in South Dade. It's not just about the great shows that we have. It's where people come together for civic engagements, local celebrations, and all kinds of cultural events. It brings everyone together, whether you're catching a concert, joining a community chat, or enjoying a festival. Being a multi-purpose venue has helped strengthen community ties, support local groups, and boost the cultural and civic life of South Dade. It's become a real cornerstone in the region, as you can see. So different programs include Rocky Horror, gospel plays, Mexican American Council, our city addresses have been there, and many more. Since opening in 2015, the Seminole Theater has brought in thousands of patrons. Attendance has increased from 22,154 in 2015 to 190,503 in 2024. The Seminole Theater has presented 13,751 events up to 2023, 58% of which fall under the arts, 27 civic, and 11% commercial, and 4 other. Community attendance and participation in these events have been crucial into fostering a connected and vibrant society. Local businesses in downtown Homestead have thrived during these events due to the increased foot traffic and visibility, which can lead to higher long-term customer relationships and additionally have attracted visitors from the outside community. This chart highlights the Seminole Theater's operating revenues and expenses from 2015 to 2023. In the early years, revenues were strong and well above expenses, a sign of great community momentum after reopening. As we grew through 2017 and 2018, expenses rose and expanded programming operations, bringing things into balance. Then came the pandemic years, 2019 to 2021, where revenues dropped sharply, but we managed to control expenses and stay afloat. The real story is the recovery. By 2021 and 2022, revenues rebounded, surpassing expenses again, and by 2022-2023, we reached a stable, sustainable balance. Overall, this chart shows clearly the story of resilience, recovery, and continued growth for the Seminole Theater. Since opening in December 2015, the Seminole Theater has played a major role in the revitalization of downtown Homestead. Our program doesn't just bring art into the community. It brings people, downtown filling restaurants, supports local businesses, and creates jobs, On average, patrons of live arts and events spend about $24.60 for a ticket price. That money goes directly into the Homestead's economy. Using national data from American for the Arts, the theater's total economic impact since opening through December 2023 includes over $6 million in total expenditures, more than $3.5 million in direct household income, and 173 full-time jobs, and nearly $570,000 in revenue in local and state government. The Seminole Theater's growth really comes down to partnerships that we've built. We've teamed up with local schools, arts, and businesses to bring programming and learning opportunities to the community. The City of Homestead and our regional partners have been incredible supporters, helping us strengthen operations, reach more people, and keeping these partnerships alive. In the future, we hope to bring more sponsors to help subsidize the cost of events that we host in Losner Park. So the Seminole Theater is stepping into a new chapter, as we know. We want it to be more than just a performance space. We want it to be the heartbeat of the community with true cultural destination for South Florida. We're rolling out an eye-catching advertising across the region, where things like billboards and digital displays along US 1, and altogether the city's Discover Homestead branding on it. On the digital side, we're expanding our reach with targeted social media streaming campaigns, plus short videos and showcases of artists and the energy of downtown Homestead. We're also focusing on partnerships, introducing a Seminole Cafe where people can relax, enjoy local coffee and wine nights, and stay connected with others in the community. We also have a dinner and show package with local restaurants and weekday getaways that pair performances with Homestead's attractions. We're making sure that the theater stays part of this community year-round, sponsoring local festivals and having branded vehicles that spread the word all around South Florida. In the end, this plan will boost attendance, bring people together, and shine a spotlight on Homestead as a vibrant, authentic South Florida experience. So I want to end this by showing you a reel of what we have upcoming. So we want to play that. So good, we have to do it twice. Okay, and that's our presentation. I'm hoping for another, a long time with the partnership with the City of Homestead. It was a process, coming to the same terms, but I think at the end of the day, it benefits our city, and I think that's what we're here for. So thank you.
Council, any questions, comments? Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Mr. Rubio. How are you?
Hey, good.
First off, I'd like to get a copy of your presentation.
For sure. Yes.
That gives us, I need to look at some of those details. It helps us out a little bit. You know, because the city's still subsidizing, city's still subsidizing to the amount of about $250,000, somewhere in that range annually. I'd like to challenge you a little bit to improve some programming and increase the revenues a little bit.
Okay.
It's, you know, not always on the back of the citizens that the subsidies need to be paid. So, you know, maybe we have to increase our ticket prices a little bit, but, you know, I'm happy to support this tonight with the caveat that you are going to try and increase the revenues and programming at the theater.
So we have taken steps this upcoming season, things like raising our facility fee, rental rates have gone up a percentage, and obviously we're expanding programming to our lobby area, and hopefully once we got those renovations in our lobby area, terrace space, and classrooms, we can not only depend on the large performances that we take place on stage, but get more creative as to a more of a cabaret setting in our other spaces that we have. So yes.
Thank you. I know the old contract and the proposed renewal provides for a revenue split between the theater and the city at some point. Mr. Manager, have you had the opportunity, or have our finance people or anybody had the opportunity to review the books of the management company for the past few years?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any audits yet.
Pardon?
I'm not aware that the city has conducted an audit.
And here's my concern. I think you made a representation that in 2024, you had 190,000 attendees. So if the capacity of the theater is 400, that's 475 sold-out performances in a 365-day year. And if your average ticket price is $24, 190,000 people times $24 is over $4.5 million in revenue. I would think that kind of number sounds like we don't need to be paying anything, and there needs to be, you know, you ought to be paying us to have the ability to generate $4.5 million a year. So I have a hard time buying the numbers. I want to compliment the quality of every performance I have seen there, but never have I been in attendance when there is anywhere near a full house. And that's embarrassing for me as the mayor. I feel bad for the performers who have come to town, put their heart and soul into doing the performance, to a half full at best auditorium. Mr. Manager, I think that we could teach ourselves and probably do a better job of operating the theater than has been done in the last 15 years. I'll probably be in the minority, but I'm ready to pull the trigger and say enough is enough. I think we need to go in a different direction. Certainly.
Thank you, Mayor. I completely disagree. I have been to many shows that are typically close to sold out. The improvements that I've seen over the last couple of years are astronomical. I've obviously lived a walk away for almost 20 years, as I've mentioned many, many times, and I finally see this coming to what we've always wanted it to be. All of the events at Losner Park, you guys opening up, Halloween, you guys did amazing. You did amazing. It's not just the shows, it is the community involvement. You guys are probably not all aware of the relationships that they have with the schools and the community. It's going to take us another 10 years to get to where they are now. So I absolutely disagree. If you want to cut the contract shorter than 7 years, I would be okay with that. But the amount of things that they've shown and what they're promising now, I think it would really not be in our best interest to go elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
So let's run back through the numbers a little bit.
Sure.
So 190,000 times 24 is 4.5 million. What is your annual operating budget?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I can get back to you. One of the things I do want to bring up is when we count events, we're not only counting live shows. We're counting, sometimes it takes 35 rehearsals to put on one performance. So yes, that might not be an audience member attending, but it is an event that's in the books. So that's to answer partially your question, Mayor. As far as the question you just asked, Vice Mayor, I would have to get back to you. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
So I think, look, the staff's recommending that we approve this, but I think we have to do a deeper dive and take a look at the numbers.
Look at the books.
Yeah, that has to be done. And I don't know how we get to that point. Did we make that a caveat of this management that, 6 months from now, we have to have a full audit completed? When was the last audit completed? Do we know? Do you know when your last audit was completed?
I wasn't always in this position, so I'm not sure. Since I've been there, I don't think so.
So there are some questions that need to be answered. What's the time sensitivity for approval of this?
I think we do have a short-term extension of the existing contract to let them continue to operate while we hope for you guys to take a look on
I might be
this.
more willing to go that route initially until we can actually dive into it. We're fiscally responsible to the taxpayers of Homestead, and just throwing their money out there, if these numbers are right, we shouldn't be paying anything as far as a subsidy from the city.
Okay, as far as the numbers go, I don't have an answer. I would have to dive back to it.
So I think we need to do a deeper dive. I'm willing to, let's go through a short-term extension until we can get some more details. But I think that's a good point that you made. We have to control these costs.
Yeah, and I don't think you probably didn't prepare these by yourself, I'm pretty certain. But at the very least, this is a misleading presentation. When you're counting rehearsals and saying and counting those people as attendees to events, that's on its face very, very misleading. So that further erodes my confidence in this. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to emphasize that this is not disputing the value that the Seminole has. When Donna Lee goes there, it's a packed crowd. Other things, been to other venues and other shows, and it's just not so packed. I do agree, though, that this is an issue of stewardship. I'm not convinced at this point that the monies that are generated have been properly accounted for. Okay. And I'm not saying anyone's done anything wrong or, there's criminal action going on. But clearly, when we're counting the rehearsals, and so say there's 75 or 100 girls at Donna Lee, and they do 3 rehearsals before the show, that's 300 people on that total number that aren't paying.
Sure.
So my point is, I think it is time to do an audit, and it's a healthy thing to do because we want the health of the Seminole Theater to be insured. All right, and then that will be the jumping off point for other decision makings, I think. Thank you.
Just to go back to that, the reason we count those numbers is because we don't only operate as a show, for you to rent a theater to do a show, people use us as a rehearsal space. So in a sense, if that's what's bringing in revenue for that day, for that week, for that month, we count it as part of an event that's happening at the theater because we can't rent it out to anyone else.
Well, do they pay for rehearsal?
Yes, they do.
Do they pay the same amount as a ticket?
No, they don't.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going. That's where the numbers need to be crunched.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, do you know offhand when the current extension ends?
Mayor, the end of the month, so October 31st is when the current extension ends.
Well, so we can either extend the current agreement or put a very short or conditional fuse on the approval of the agreement in front of us, pending some review of the last few years of their operations.
So if I may, I think an audit, should you decide to proceed with term sheet as we have identified it to date. We can work through an audit upfront prior to final execution, and then we bake in an annual audit. And then if there is a desire to reduce the term of the overall agreement, because today I think it's an initial 5-year and up to two-year extensions. So if that is something that there's an appetite for, we can certainly look to include that, well, at least from the city's perspective, subject to acceptance, in the agreement. One of the things that I think, if I may, because I served as a part of the negotiation team for the city, one of the things that we clearly articulated to the OVG group was the performance monitoring element of this agreement and the contract. And really the lack of prompt and I would say collaborative reporting on their side. What we have done and what they have agreed to so far in the fixed base management fee, it was the term of $100,000. We have split that $100,000 in that $72,000, which is about I think $6,000 a month, would be a base management fee for the operations. $28,000, right, to get to the 100, would be exclusively based on performance. And what does that mean? It means timely monthly submission of their general management invoices, timely financial reporting to the city. We have baked in that there needs to be a monthly meeting with the city to understand what their event programming looks like. There needs to be a growth attendance increase between 5 to 7% per year. So we have carved out specific KPIs around performance that we can measure to, because that was one of the things that we heard from council that was an area of concern. And quite frankly, the administration as well, or finance and budget department struggled with timely reporting. So we wanted to make sure that there was something baked in and it was tied to dollars and cents for them to make sure that they're doing those timely reportings. But yes, we can the end of the month is when the current contract expires. We can look to request the incorporation of an annual audit year over year, and then we can do one for the immediate books at the expense of OVG.
So then, OVG needs certainty, whether they're in or out. We need certainty as to what the future's going to be. So with your deeper explanation of the safeguards and the requirements that are built in, kind of envisioning an overall 5-year term, but terminable by the city at the end of each year, after we would do that look back to look at performance. And that way we're not married for 5 years with an underperforming operator.
We also have baked in as when you said that another measure is that they must present an annual budget, an annual CIP plan for us to deliberate and consider, and similar to, it seems, I don't know if this has ever happened, but there also is an annual presentation on how the theater has performed year over year. So that those 3 additional deliverables are baked into what we have negotiated to date.
Well, that's all well and good when it's not a misleading presentation like we were shown tonight. And I don't have any better word than that other than misleading.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council, I think there is a provision for termination from convenience. which is always in all contracts. So you still have an additional safeguard there that you can terminate for convenience. Unfortunately, the termination for convenience as negotiated by the team could only happen after the third year.
Third year.
Yeah. Unless you want to shorten it.
Mayor, if I just may, because I'm not sure if you understand this, but how long in advance do you need to book shows? They can't get any of these great shows within 1 year. So that's why that's baked in there. I spent a lot of time going over this too, and that is the truth, and that is how they're growing, is because of the consistency and how they've been growing in the last few years. That's getting them the shows that they're getting now. We go back to a 1-year deal, that's less ability for them to get us the bigger shows. Something else to keep in mind, please. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so I appreciate those comments, Ms. Bailey. I really look at the Seminole Theater as a gem of South Florida, okay? You look at other theaters that are shutting down. You know, Coconut Grove, they're tearing it out. This one seems to be doing well on the face of things, but again, the numbers just don't match the performance. So we need to look at maybe a short-term extension to try and figure this out, but we have to have some real numbers in order for us to be good stewards for our community. That's my offer at this time, Mr. Mayor.
So, potentially then maybe a 6-month extension of the current agreement with the caveat of all of these financial reviews.
I'm happy.
Want to make a motion in that form?
Move to, as stated by the mayor.
So a 6-month extension from the current expiration of the contract now in place.
I haven't gotten to say
With the performance
anything
of the
yet.
audit. I'm sorry?
I haven't gotten to say anything yet, so before we make that motion, is 6 months enough to get quality shows here?
No, and you also have to go into contract with them a year ahead because they're routing you. So if you want to pay 50% of, what normally another larger venue pays, then you want to get them ahead of time.
We did an RFP for this contract. How many people applied?
I think there were 2 responses.
And how qualified was the second response?
Well, not as good as OVG.
Okay. So the citizens voted for the Seminole Theater. Anybody who lives in the city is still paying for the Seminole Theater through their taxes. To me, this is a quality of life issue. If we can't find another operator, which we made a valiant effort to do so, and OVG says, you know what, City of Homestead, enough. We don't want to deal with you anymore. We lose another quality of life venue for our citizens. And I think that although the financial aspect of it, and we need to be, prudent on how they manage monies and shows. Missouri, you come from the city of Miami. Are theaters of our caliber profitable? And is there a public stake to keep them alive so we have cultural arts in our city?
So, Council Member, you're bringing something that is really dear to my heart. The way the Seminole Theater has been operated is not the way most theaters are operated. Case in point, the Adrian Arch Center, which is the Performance Arts Center in downtown Miami, is primarily functioned around a foundation, a nonprofit foundation that solicits for funds, and those funds are used to operate it. So there had been a huge outcry in the past about utilizing tax dollars to run some of these type of establishments. So they're usually couched around nonprofit foundations to raise money, and perhaps some good-spirited public individuals that are well endowed that can put money aside to support the endowments.
Okay, and so of those types of operations, although they're operated as nonprofits, as the Vice Mayor claimed that the Coconut Grove Playhouse, I guess it is being torn down. And, we just revitalized this Seminole
may?
Theater that was dark for...
If I may?
I'm sorry?
If I may.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
The Coconut Grove Arts Theater has long ceased to operate. It's been several years, if not more than 10 years. They've been out of business. Why it's being torn down is because it's deemed an unsafe structure. So there has been a battle between the city of Miami and the county. The county wanted to turn down. The city says, no, you can preserve it. He ended in litigation, eventually collapsed.
So they didn't go out because of financial issues. They just went out because they just stopped operating, period.
No, it was a mixture of all types of issues.
So they had a lot of problems.
Many issues.
So we invested, I don't know, $5-6 million to revitalize our Seminole Theater on the backs of the taxpayers that they voted to do that. Although it was maybe 750 of them that said to do this and against the other three, but I still think that I would be okay if we extended it for a year pending the audits, and then we can make a better decision on that. There is she mentioned the Friends of the Seminole Theater, which is a nonprofit group, and I think they're willing to step up and do some more to help with the financing. And I think part of the agreement that you guys have come up with is adding additional revenues to the Seminole Theater by way of ancillary things, the cafe, energizing the terrace, and some of the things we spoke about in the meeting, increasing, beverage sales and those types of things. And I'm sure there's other programming you can do as well to drive not only ticket sales, but concessions as well. And maybe we look at the concession side of what they do in there too, because I don't think you have a lot of room and capacity to really do a lot of concessions. I just think if we blow this thing up, I don't think there's another operator that wants to take on the Seminole Theater, and we lose another quality of life venue for the citizens that live inside the city of Homestead. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. But let me just interject. When the bond was approved, the voters, it was never disclosed that, yeah, we're going to rebuild this theater, but nobody ever talked about the $500,000 in subsidy that's been coming out of the city coffers for the last 10 years to keep the theater afloat. And I think this idea that if we don't give them a year, they can't line up shows is a real red herring, because right now they've got a contract that's got 7 more days on it, 8, 9 more days on it, and they're showing us here in a nice video what shows are lined up for the next year. So, make up your mind. Can you live with a short-term contract, or can you not get shows? Again, the presentation indicated that even with this short-term contract, they were able to line up shows for the coming year. So, again, more BS.
But I think they were acting on good faith that the city would acknowledge and accept and agree to this agreement. So I think staff's done a great job in incentivizing this contract so that this operator, who we can't find another operator right now, if we give them too much of a hassle, that venue is going to go dark. People are still paying for it. And I just don't believe that that's in the best interest of the city and the citizens in the city. There's nothing here for anybody to do. And if we take the Seminole Theater away, although its capacity is only 450 seats, it's just another thing we've taken away by virtue of dollars and cents, right? So this is just my opinion. I mean, everybody's free to have their own opinion, but I think what they've done over the last 7 years, including going through COVID and when everything was shut down, and survived, I think they've earned that opportunity to continue on. And if we find some inconsistencies in the audits coming up, as the city manager said, we can terminate in a year. So what's the harm?
I'll amend my motion to a year with the caveat that after the audit's performed, if we find some negligible activities, that we can terminate.
I'll second the
Let
motion.
let me ask this, okay? The contract before us, the obligations create a much better and more level playing field between the city and the Seminole Theater versus the contract that exists now that we're talking about extending for 1 year. Why not adopt the new contract that has more obligations on the Seminole for a period of 1 year, subject to review of the financial obligations we've been talking about?
Motion amended as stated.
Seconded as stated.
Yeah.
And I'd like to add, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
She
You
was
know,
first.
we also have the art gallery that we use the Seminole as part of the art gallery. We have the summer programming. That's the only convention center that I'm aware of for down this area. So, and I have been asking for years for us to activate the lobby for longer hours for the pre-show time and for other times of the month when there aren't shows. So I do agree. We need the due diligence. We need the extra activations. I would like to see the breakout of how many shows are city generated, like the art galleries, right? How many shows are recitals and versus an actual show that is ticket based. So those are all great tools for us to analyze. And this is not any different than what we've requested for other nonprofit organizations in the city to do for us. I think we were supposed to have some quarterly, not quarterly, but in the first quarter of the year. So this will be something standard across the board. So I don't think it's anything different to expect for the Seminole Theater to be able to provide. So I agree with the Vice Mayor. Thank you.
And I think, to your point, those reviews will have the opportunity to do that breakout between receptions, recitals, musical performances, drama performances, what have you. We'll have the opportunity to review that under the new form of contract.
Exactly, and it'll give us the opportunity to be able to give feedback and to help maybe shape the way that we change our approach and strategy, not necessarily without SVG? OVG, but as a partnership so we can be better partners in this. So thank you.
Hey, Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank everyone for your input, because it shows that we all care about the Seminole Theater. We want to see it be successful. Pardon me. I would say that part of our logic is a bit askewed. It's not a binary decision. It's not a binary outcome, rather. It's not let it go and we'll continue the performances or audit it and it's probably going to shut down. If we audit it and it shuts down, it's because it should shut down. My point to you is this. You know, I've been in charge of many complex organizations over the years. I stand ready for inspection any time. You know, let them come in, let them look it over, let them look over my books or whatever I had at that time. My point to you is this shouldn't be hard, and those numbers should be right there for you. And the fact that they're not here tonight shows that perhaps you underestimated the importance of this briefing, right? But that also shows the need for that audit. It shows a need to establish a foundation that we can build up on and do some of the planning that has been brought up by my colleagues. I absolutely support doing an audit. You know, sometimes you get to that place, you get that little voice talking to your ear. This is one time that says we need to do this check. We need to look into this. And again, I'm not saying that there's criminal activity going on, but I think we're raising enough issues that say we need to look in this. You know.
Did we have a second to your motion as amended? I don't think we did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
I just want to
Yes.
get a little clarity on the motion and where we want to go here. I know we want to implement the new for practical discussion. If we enter into a 1-year contract, 1 year flat, in 6 months, we're going to have to start procuring again and you're not going to have a window. Would you be more comfortable with a longer-term contract that allows you to terminate at your convenience after a single year? So this way, you have the time in place anytime after that year to make your decision on a rolling basis, but the city is not left behind the eight ball and having to go out and procure within.
And I think
a
that's
few
what
months.
was really intended, and that's why you get the big bucks, so.
But
yeah.
is that?
Yes.
Okay. So we can go with the term as proposed as long as there's a termination at the city's convenience after 1 year? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
May I ask one
Vice
other
Mayor.
thing? You know, and I think it's incumbent upon us sitting up here as well as some of our staff. We need to be going out and looking for these new helpers. You know, we don't have a foundation down here that really supports like the city of Miami or Fort Lauderdale. You know, there's a lot of people, a lot of money down here that can help support this as well. And we just need to be asking the right questions and getting that going.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, I think we're all good on the motion and the second. And
So, Mr. Mayor, it's
Yes.
understood that the city will be funding the audit. That's understood.
Do we have the ability to do that in-house?
No. If you want them to accept an audit for fairness purposes, you want an independent entity to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And a guesstimate on what that cost would be?
I'm not an audit person. I would like to find out from folks who do audits.
Well, and we really haven't talked about the time frame. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years?
For an audit?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No. I'm talking about the look-back period.
It's at the discretion of council.
Well, when did COVID end? So calendar year 22, 23, 24?
So you want to do 3 years?
Well, we're almost at 25 now. 25, 24, 23.
3 years. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. So it's a 5-year deal with an option and discretion to terminate after 1 year. Understood?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And look, the audit's a small price to pay to know that things are above board. All right, let me open the public hearing very quickly. I'll close the public hearing just as quickly and ask for a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Cannavale? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And we need a motion to extend to 9:30. Moved by the Vice Mayor to extend the meeting to 9:30. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? All right. Was that a nay? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, tab 13, Mr. Pearl.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 13 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a state-funded grant agreement between the City of Homestead and the Florida Department of Transportation for the Homestead Bridge expansion on Southwest 152nd Avenue project, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and any related documents, establishing a budget in the amount of $575,000 for the expenditure of grant funds, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report? Didn't think so. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Let's get a motion on the table.
Mr. Rothman.
Moved by, did you move it?
Okay.
I thought I heard you.
That's been his.
Okay. Moved by Councilman Ross, seconded by Councilman Davis. Let's open the public hearing. We'll close the public hearing and have a roll call vote on tab 13.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Ross? Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 14.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, tab 14 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting the City of Homestead 2025 Basin Plan of Action, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion on this item? Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Davis. Are there any questions or comments on tab 14? All right, let's open the public hearing. Close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 14, please.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilman Ross? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson? The motion carries.
And moving on to tab 15.
Tab 15 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the revised Title VI program in accordance with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as required by the Federal Transit Administration, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. We have a motion on this item. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any questions or comments from council? We'll open the public hearing. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote on tab 15.
Councilwoman Avila?
We'll go back to the staff report. We'll toll the voting for a
I
moment.
apologize, but I'm seeing multimodal and stuff in, yeah.
That's not 15?
This is 15, this is the Title
So,
VI.
so the city is a recipient of FTA grants, and part of the requirements for those grants that you need to ensure compliance with Title VI, which is the Civil Rights Act. No discrimination based on ethnicity, sex, and the rest.
Okay, thank you, because I'm reading guidelines for the development of the Downtown Homestead Multimodal Transit Center. That's what I'm seeing in the background and supporting documentation on item number 4688.
This is a certification we have to do in connection with that.
All right, thank you. So yes.
Okay. All right, so yes vote, moving on with the, with the balloting.
Sorry.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes, on
The
tab
motion
16.
Tab 16 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, accepting a grant award of $1.5 million from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for improvements at the Homestead Sports Complex, also known as the Homestead Regional Park, authorizing the city manager to execute the grant agreement, authorizing the establishment of a budget for the expenditure of such grant funds, authorizing matching funds in an amount not to exceed $1.5 million, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Any objection to waiving the staff report on the acceptance of a grant for $1.5 million for the regional park? Moved by the Vice Mayor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Davis. Let's open the public hearing on this item. Seeing no interest, I'll close the public hearing and ask if there are any final questions or comments from council on this item. Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And the next item is tab 17, a discussion item is car number 4672, a code compliance lien mitigation request for the property at 268 Southwest 6th Avenue. Is the owner present on the lien mitigation? Come on down. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. Let's make sure his mic's on. Hi. Is the mic on? Is your mic on?
No, I'm Alfonso Serrano. Alfonso Serrano. Alfonso Serrano.
Yes. Okay. Any presentation you would like to make in support of your request?
Okay. I'm dealing with this problem since 2021. In the last administration, we tried to resolve this problem. We tried really hard. I got the proofs in here, emails and everything. They never respond. And with the new administration that we have right now, I'm going to tell you guys that you guys doing a super nice job.
Thank you.
We resolved the problem, that we don't resolve the problem. In the last administration, we resolved with this administration in 2 months. Thank you, Mr. Jose, the code enforcement guy. We fixed this problem already. I just come over here to present the proofs that I have. There was not my fault that we was waiting 3 or 4 years for these permits. So I get a reduction of the payment almost in full if you guys are available to do it, or at least 80%, because I think it is not my fault. We do everything that was in my hands to resolve the problem.
So it appears, and if you have any other information you can give us, the information before us was that there was a fine and a lien for the expansion of a business without the updated license, for overdue certification on some equipment, and illegal signs and banners as recently as June of this year. So it appears that the request is with respect to the 2018 lien, which after the reduction by the master still shows an outstanding amount of $47,589.
Mr. Mayor, can I come in?
Yes.
So the individual, from my briefing, internal with the administration staff, had this violation. There were certain misunderstandings in the past. Typically, you need a permit to cure a violation. The city did not issue him that permit to cure it, and that's how he lingered for so long, right? So he's gone through the special master, got 25% reduction. What he's asking for is for an additional reduction, at least to a level that recognizes that the city shares part of the challenge of not having issued him a building permit in order for him to cure the violation.
Right. And that's something that we addressed in some recent legislation, that we allowed the issuance of a permit during a period of violation so that you could cure the violation in connection with kind of another property as well. So I fully believe and understand your issues and problems and delays with the prior administration. Are you offering any amount in settlement?
I mean, it was me. I just don't want to pay nothing because I think that I'm not responsible, because I'll do everything that was in my hands to resolve the problem. But I mean, if one part do everything to resolve the problem and the second part, they don't do it, I mean, we just can't resolve the problem. So, I mean, if you guys can do at least 90%, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I mean, I'm dealing with this problem for so many
essentially
years.
you're proffering 10% of $47,000, more or less, whatever that amount is. In light of what I think most of us understand was the situation in that department over the last several years, I can live with that.
Yes, sir. I think that we're dealing with a legacy issue here, and the shortcomings of the preceding team are pretty well known. And I'd even be willing to go lower than that 10%.
Well, make a motion then.
No.
Before he does, let me chime in just for a second. I know you keep bringing up the previous regime, administration, but he said he just recently went 2 months ago to try to rectify this problem. This new administration has been in here for nearly 2 years. So I have a little shortcoming on the fact that you tried to make every effort to cure this problem. I'm sympathetic to what you are facing. However, I think the throwing around that the previous regime failed to help you, and this regime has been in place for nearly 2 years, and 2 months ago you started this process, is an unfair judgment on your part. It wasn't them. They didn't create the violations for you, right? You created the violations.
Exactly.
So I'm sympathetic for you. I understand that there's a problem.
I don't say that in the last 2 months I resolved the problem. I say it takes me 2 months to resolve the problem with the new administration.
But what took you so long to get to that 2-month period?
I mean,
They've been here for almost 2 years.
I was dealing with this since 2021 or 2020.
I understand.
And I just say with the new administration, takes me a few months to resolve the problem. The problem is done. We finished. Everything is clear.
Right. And the magistrate.
I just come over here. I'm sorry. I just come over here for the reduction. And believe it or not, I lose so much money paying fines. If you see my records, almost every 3 months I was paying. And separate than that, I was one of the body shops serving City Homestead for the last years. I lose that account too. I mean, believe it or not, I lose so many money, but I just can't afford to pay everything. I just come over here so you guys can help me.
And I think it's important to remember, Councilman, that the ability to come in and solve the problem has only existed for a few months from the time we passed the legislation that allowed folks to pull permits during the pendency of a violation in order to cure the violation. So there was no mechanism in place for him to resolve that until 90 days ago,
So
120 days ago.
Are we simply talking about a business license issue that he couldn't get because he couldn't get the permit?
I think it looks like an expansion of a business.
Exactly.
Right, so he did construction without a permit,
No, sir.
basically.
We got all the permits.
But you started construction without a permit?
No, sir.
No?
No.
Does staff have anything to say about
I
that?
mean, I can show you the paperwork if you want to see it.
No,
I got
I'd
everything.
like to hear what the staff has to say
okay.
in reference to you had the permits before you started the work. Because
Okay.
what you're saying is they came out and fined you for work that you did with a permit. I don't believe our city staff would do that. I believe they found you that you started to build something without a permit and then you tried to comply. Somebody from the city staff can maybe chime in on that?
Councilman Jose Perez, Director of the Co-Compliance Department. To your question, the original violation that was cited in 2018 was for work that was done without permits to convert the expansion of that business. So yes, there were permits that were supposed to be issued for work without the rightful permits. To the property owner's defense, he did demolish what was constructed without permits. And for clarification on the time frame, I just want to point out there in his defense as well, within my onboarding on January 13, within that first week time frame, Mr. Serrano did reach out to me, and I was able to help him cross that finish line.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Mayor. So, not too long ago, we were reviewing a case where there was a significant amount of fines, and there was a significant reduction in fines. But the case is very different in where we were dealing with an absentee landlord, and lives and the way people were living and whatnot were in question. So, in this particular case, we have a small business owner who has been dealing with the burden and the emotional burden of having this hanging over his head and still trying to make a living and trying to come into compliance with the city. The report from the city says that the items were for the non-permitted work, et cetera, et cetera. However, issuance of the permit was delayed due to an internal policy preventing building permits from being issued on properties with open code cases. This created a circular delay. The other thing he says here that there are no photographs as the violations are strictly administrative in nature, and the reduction, our policy for 25% reductions, it boils back to also making sure that the fines that we're charging are commensurate with the violation and that they're not compounding and compounding and compounding. So there was attempt to resolve. We have we know that we needed to improve our process and our system, and I am thankful that it's been resolved. But we have to, whatever decision we make on these cases become the precedents that's set for the future. So let's not forget how we're treating Mr. Serrano when the next one comes along, right? So as long as we're going to be willing to be consistent with the practice, then I'm okay with a significant reduction. The last case we did, I think it was 80% is what they walked away with a reduction. If we were to look at this and say, okay, well, what is 20% of the original fine? That would be consistent with the precedents we set, or we can do, 10%. I'm just for conversation. I'd like to keep that all in perspective.
But I think you made the point that the last case is very distinct and different in its nature, that I don't view the last case as a precedent for this one at all.
In terms of calculations,
In terms of the nature of the violation. Okay, so I think you did. So Councilman Davis was going to make a motion and propose an amount.
Yes, and my recommendation, because this is indeed a legacy issue, I do disagree with my colleague. I think it's very well established the difficulties under the preceding administration of the city manager's office. I say that we just relieve him of this debt at this time.
Do we have a second for that to release the amount in full? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. And I do appreciate, you're doing your due diligence here towards the end, but what's the history long-term? There have been violations at this property for many years.
That is correct.
So not to say that you haven't done what you need to do here lately, but I think we kind of set a precedence last time as well. I think maybe we go to the 85% mark. I think that's what we were allowable. I think that's what we codified almost.
Special master.
The special master
can go 85.
The special master can go 85. We're discretionary for anything above that.
So special master went 25. I mean, my offer would be go to 85%.
A relief or payment?
Relief of the 47,000.
15. The amount due would be whatever 15% of 47,400 is.
And just to clarify, the 47,400 is not the original lien. That is
That's the reduced amount.
The reduced amount, which I think in this case I would be comfortable with, given the circumstances. But we have to be case by case, I think.
Yeah.
I would offer you take that down to 85%.
I would make the motion for the reduction.
I would agree with that. I would agree
So he's
to
going
amend.
to, the maker of the motion is going to accept the recommendation, the proposed amendment by the vice mayor, that the amount due to obtain a release will be 15% of $47,400. Is that acceptable?
That I got a choice. I mean, believe it or not, in the last few years, I was working for the fleet department. I lose the account. I just want to close this.
And close this chapter
to start working again for this fleet department, because I'm losing a lot of money. Or that I'm available to do payments.
Mr. Manager, are there any guidelines as to time frame or installment payments?
Because the time is really hard to pay everything.
No, I understand.
Mr. City Attorney, do we have any? I think council has discretion to impose a phased.
You can
payment.
impose a phased payment system if you'd like.
Can I propose that staff and Mr. Serrano discuss a payment plan that is deemed appropriate and like within a
Not
brief
later
period?
than 6 months from today.
Good, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well taken.
Work out the payment plan that does not extend beyond 6 months from today. Whatever installments you. Okay.
So I'll second the motion if that is amended
Yeah.
as part of your motion.
Okay. So that's where we are. All right. There are no other questions or comments. Let's have a roll call on that.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilman Canaval? Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yeah.
Mayor
15 more
Losner?
days, yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and tab 18 is a similarly situated, and I think they're represented by council, and the property owners are here as well. And this is with respect to 225 Southwest 2nd Avenue.
Thank you. Isidoro Lopez from Lopez Legal Group, 8950 Southwest 74th Court, Suite 2201, Miami, Florida 33156. Thank you, Council. I will briefly speak to the history here, just to indulge you a little bit. I represent Mr. Vento from Century Everglades at the address referenced. We're here before you for a lien mitigation, seeking to get the highest possible percentage of the mitigation. We went before a special master a couple of weeks ago, and that was a great experience. The special master manifested that could she go even higher, she probably would have, but she was capped at 85%. Mr. Vento's been a commercial resident here of the city of Homestead since 2000, the year 2000, for 25 years. Also the owner of a famous lumber yard here in Miami-Dade called Everglades Lumber. Some of you might remember it. After the recession and a few other financial challenges Mr. Vento had, we repurposed some of the uses of the warehouses in his property. When those folks came here to get a business tax receipt is when a lot of his nightmare began. He was then told he needed to get an ASPR, an administrative site plan review, and he began going through the motions of getting this approval. In the midst of that, about 2022, 2023, he came here before a special master and got a 60-day extension to come into compliance for those businesses to get a business tax receipt. Shortly thereafter, around May of 2023, Mr. Vento hired me as his attorney. The first email I sent to the city was a request for protocol of mitigation to see how we can address the time that was already lapsed. The response I got from the clerk, from code back then, was the only protocol you have is pay and comply. So Mr. Vento kept going through the motions of trying to come into compliance with his ASPR, and in 2024, he came into compliance with that. Unfortunately, his violations had ballooned to such a point that he could not pay that. He needed to pay those violations to get the business tax receipt for those businesses. Later on that year, I think changing of the guard took place here, and in 2025, in June, you guys had a code amendment that allowed for this to be corrected. I commend you for that, because before that, it was kind of a circular, vicious cycle that he was in. This is also similar to code reliefs that exist in other municipalities. I want to go ahead and just say that, throughout the entire time of those 2 to 3 years, Mr. Vento had been in communication with the city planner, trying to come into compliance, and they just kept asking for more and more, and the longer this took, the violations just kept accruing. Unfortunately, one of the things I learned by reviewing some of the footage from your special masters, by the way, very talented folks, is that they have always extended time to try to work with residents, commercial residents, because you're not in the business of just citing people, you're actually trying to help folks come into compliance. Had Mr. Vento been afforded that possibility, I probably wouldn't even be here before you today. And he probably would have only paid a fraction of what this ended up escalating to. Mr. Vento, again, has been commercial resident here. We understand that prior administrations come and go. You folks have corrected. We've had a great relationship with Mr. Perez. This code, he's the director of code, has been great. Zeri and staff trying to get this into compliance. So finally, when he was able to get the temporary business tax receipt for his businesses, he was able to come before a special master to try to get this mitigated, and that's why we're here today. Just wanted to give that context for you. I don't know how much time I have, but I know that it's a late night. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Vento? Okay. Well, then if that's the case, I'm here to answer any questions, concerns.
Yes, Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to make sure I understand, and I was
Sure, no
hearing you,
worries.
and allow me to just recap. So I see multiple businesses. I see CDL Technical Miami, Build Out Company, Enviro Waste Services Group, Intercontinental Fire Training. All four is there a fifth one, or those are just the four?
Four, right.
So, and all four of these businesses are operating out of the same location, or are these multiple?
So it's the same property, but different
One
warehouses,
property,
right?
different warehouses.
Correct.
Okay. And so these are not like internet-based businesses. These are physical.
Yeah, this is commercial for folks to do their CDL licensing there, training. People are being employed there. Actually, a good economic impact to the city, because now people don't have to leave here to go get some of these services.
Help me understand how a seasoned business owner, because I'm assuming you don't just wake up one day and say, I'm gonna get a warehouse, have 4 businesses, and start having a business. Help me understand how you, yes, please. Help me understand how you got to a point where you went 3 years not realizing you needed to have a business license, or how did you start operating without it?
Councilwoman, let me retract. I've been a corporate citizen of this city for 25 years. Always been in compliance. As a matter of fact, this building here, all the rebar in this building I provided, the police station. I mean, I've been very involved in my city, making sure that, whatever was asked from me, I did. So when the economic downturn came, I was operating a lumberyard from there. I was in full compliance.
When you say economic, do you mean 2008 or with the COVID?
Actually, after 2008, I thought I could make it back. I moved my operations. I sold my property on Southwest 8th Street, moved my operations. I was operating a pre-hung door factory from here, moved the complete operations here to Homestead. I have been operating there since 2000 as a millwork shop. Now I'm operating rebar, lumber, and all the building materials that a lumberyard has. Full compliance. In 2019, I decided that I was going to continue doing business with Lennar, which was my biggest client at the time. I could bore you why I made that decision. Came in and said, you know what, I need to close the business. And I closed the business, and I realized, well, I have a property here that maybe I can come in and bring in tenants and rent the warehouses. So by 2020, give or take, I hired a real estate broker, and he brought in some of these tenants. Came to the city and told them, I'm no longer a lumberyard operator, now I am a landlord. And at that point they said, well, you need to go through all of this. One of the first things they told me was, this is new development, so we're going to treat you like new development. I said, this property has been here since the 40s. This is not new development. After back and forth, Zoom meetings, because now that we're in COVID, I said, okay, what is it that I'm required to do? Gave me a laundry list of all the different things that I needed to do to get that ASPR, whatever it's called. And I will just give you an example of how difficult and how frustrating this whole process was for me. One of the things that I was required to do there was do a traffic study. I talked to an attorney friend of mine that deals with the city of Homestead, and he recommended this retired DOT engineer that was doing a lot of traffic studies for the city of Homestead to hire him. I hired the traffic study. He tells me, you don't need a traffic study. Don't worry, I'll talk to them. Months go by, and finally I tell him, listen, if they're requiring the traffic study, go ahead and do the traffic study. Obviously, they are pushing certain buttons that I still don't understand. Shortly after that, I get a bill from the city of Homestead. Well, actually, they told me you need to deposit more money into the account because they were withdrawing from the account to pay for all these services. Okay, I get it, and I said, wait a second, I've already given you a significant amount of money in the thousands and thousands of dollars. Can I have a detailed report of what that money is being used for? They gave me the report, and I see that I had paid my traffic engineer that I was forced to hire even him saying that there was no requirement to do a traffic study. But then that traffic study was being reviewed by the previous director of zoning's engineering firm, charging me an additional monies. And I go on to find out that the person reviewing that traffic study wasn't even a traffic engineer. So I said, wait, there's something going on here. You know, there's somebody that's working for the city, but we are now forced to hire his engineering firm to review the work that they're supposed to be doing. So you can imagine my frustrations at the time. Shortly after that, I get a call, and they said, hey, there's a big chance that they are forcing you out of the city because they want you to sell the property. I said, no, man, we don't live in a banana republic. I get a call from a group of investors looking to buy my property. Okay, so not that I wasn't trying to do the right thing from day one. From day one, I was misled and told to do certain things that I knew wasn't required, okay? But I needed to make a living, so now I have tenants there that are operating without a business license, okay? And I'm getting fined by the city on a daily basis, but I can't do anything because I don't have that ASPR. So finally I get the ASPR, I got to, okay, I'm gonna go get permits to put my property in compliance, but no, you can't get permits because you have the fines. So do you understand the vicious circle that I've been from day one?
Yes, I do. The fines are showing as from 2022, or the violation period is from 2022 forward.
Yeah.
So, and ironically, I mean, or surprisingly, the fine, the violation I think we have the worst time with is the garbage disposal, and it's only $1,000. So it's I'm curious to know between 22 and 25. Is it staff's recommendation that this issue is only being resolved now because of the same issue as the last case? Or is this, what is different about this case that it took 3 years under the new administration? So give me a synopsis there, because I do see it says the property was acquired with no existing code violations, okay. But then the period of the violation starts May of 2022. It's not going back to prior to that.
If I may, one of the things that came up similar to the last property, unfortunately, the BTR was unable to be issued because of the violations. In this case, my department reached out when the property owner reached out to us about his difficulties, and we were able to have the BTR office issue a conditional license so that he may resolve the violations and therefore comply and be able to pay the liens and move forward with his process.
Okay, are you able to tell us what the, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Are you able to tell us what the calculation or what the fine would be if you did a stop on the day that he began to try to work this out with the city?
So I don't have those figures right now. It would take a second to calculate.
It would take a second, but if yes, sir.
I started wanting to work with the city from day one. I just didn't have an ASPR because they would not approve the ASPR, and I was going through a vicious circle.
The ASPR is the as-per build?
And then when finally they approved the ASPR, okay, I'm ready to go. Let me go get my permits. No, you can't get permits because you have these violations.
Understood. So even with that said, I think that the issue here, obviously, is that we had tenants moving in without the business license, right? They didn't start from the beginning the right way, right? The hands have to be clean from the beginning. But if we're able to apply the same calculation that we did on the last one to this one, I think that I can support that.
May I just offer a suggestion for rhyme or reason? One of the things we calculated is, had Mr. Vento been given those 60-day extensions, right when the first one expired, you calculate, and we only calculated 2 years from 23 to now. Assuming it was the whole 2 years, you're looking at about 730 days. Dividing that into 60, I got 12.16. Now, I went to law school because math wasn't my forte. But I'll round it to 13. 13 times 80, which is the administrative fee on my simple calculator back there, told me about 1,040, which is probably what should have happened. We should have had 60-day extension. Hey, city hasn't gotten it done yet, great, let's give you another 60 days to give the city some more time, because, again, there's only so much he's responsible for, right? But there was a lot of back and forth.
Just keep in mind that one of the violations is for a large section of debris having been illegally dumped on the swale, and that's a really sensitive topic for a lot of us. Go ahead.
That was outside, okay, and I'm sorry. That was on the outside, and I was cited. I came here, and I fixed the problem right away.
So you resolved the dumping. The city
That
didn't
has
pick it up?
nothing to- No, yeah, that was, yeah.
My question is, the city didn't pick it up?
No, I picked it up.
For clarifying. I'll rest now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. To go back to the trash, so that was trash that was illegally dumped outside your okay. And we've long discussed those types of legacy issues of illegal dumping, lack of effective enforcement in many cases. Then the property owner, has to clean it up. We've discussed that at length. We've discussed this entire permitting and and zoning issue stuff. We've talked about it at length. I would also give another angle to this as well. Your property is designed to provide CDLs, fire extinguisher training, correct?
No, they do semi trucks training.
Right.
So they have a significant amount of traffic going through there with
what other training?
They provide motorcycle training. They provide English classes.
ECL kind of classes?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I have a carpenter, which is the same trade that I was doing before, so I don't know why he had a problem getting a business license. I was doing exactly the same thing before, but obviously the old administration totally blocked the property. I have a gentleman that does continual professional education for firemen, health hazards, and CPR and a bunch of other things.
So I guess where we're going is everything that you wanted to do in that property, but we've gone over the cycle that you were in. Everything that you wanted to do in that property led to people getting jobs.
Oh, that's correct.
And so by prohibiting you from, or I wouldn't say prohibiting, impeding you from doing that, I mean, how many hundreds of people would have had a job if they had gone through your business?
So prior to changing my business model, I employed, in the city of Homestead, I employed over 60 people. In Miami-Dade County, I employed over 300 people. Now there's probably about, between the businesses that are there, I want to say there's probably about 30 or 40 people that are employed.
And then that's not counting the people that you get licenses for, right. Then they just kind of move on and get a position. In this matter, I kind of agree with Attorney Lopez. I think that that 1,200 is very reasonable. I mean, this is just again, it's that legacy error that we keep coming back to, and I do agree with my colleagues. We got to set a standard, and I get it. Eventually, these legacy items are going to go, and then the answer is going to be no. The new dog's in town. This, new boss is here. This is the way it's going to be. But there's just enough questions being raised to say, wait a minute, this ain't right. This ain't right. What's going on?
And by the way, just if I can interject, Councilman Davis, you guys started the trend in the opposite direction in June with the code relief amendment, because we were only able to finally turn the curb on that once that became law here. So,
if I may, I just wanted to clarify one of the things and key points that was brought up is in reference to the extensions. Within that ordinance amendment that we brought, we now have the option to grant up to 3 extensions at request for the property owners and businesses that have these issues. They're able to submit a formal request online through our portal, and that should resolve this issue.
That's great. That's awesome.
And Councilman Day, I want to remind you that whatever the motion is, there are staff has indicated there's $1,540 in non-negotiable hard costs. That's above and beyond any penalties in proposing an amount of settlement. That's a separate amount. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilman Roth.
This is to staff. So when a business owner changes the status of the business, I think you said it was a lumber yard or something, and then deploys 4 new businesses within that location, are they required to go through a change of use?
I'll defer to development services.
Yes, it is required not only by the city, it is required by the building code, and it is required by DERM, because if we don't comply with DERM, we get fined. As you know, each different type of business has a classification in the building code, so when you change the use, you need to comply with those requirements.
And we started that process.
So then my question would be, has there ever been a change of use issued on this property?
Did they pull a building permit and obtain the permit? Because you do the change of use through a permit.
I am not aware of one.
Okay, so the business is still technically operating in violation of the South Florida Building Code then, if these businesses had not gone through the proper
Councilman
changes.
Roth, I went through the ASPR.
I don't know what the ASPR is.
The ASPR is the Administrative Site Plan Review.
Okay, and then after that, I needed to get permits to put the property in compliance as was required by the city. And that's when I hit a wall because I could not do that. I could not get a permit as long as I didn't pay the fines.
No, I understand all that part,
okay,
but
sorry.
see, many people who come into the city get caught by the requirements of the South Florida Building Code when it comes to change of use. Okay, but you said you've been in the city as a business person for like 20 years or 25 years, whatever it is. And so, I mean, listen, I understand the hardships, right? But you have to admit some fault. You put 4 different businesses into a property that wasn't properly zoned for what the uses were. And you've been collecting rents all this time.
I have to make a living.
I understand that, but you also have to be in compliance with law.
And I started that process. And it was I'm here because I couldn't resolve
I
the problem.
understand. Listen, I get it.
The
We're going to
moment-
reduce the fine, but
the-
the precedent I'm trying to set is business owners have to comply with state law. You can't just do what you want to do on your property. And I'm looking at one thing here. It says you were operating with an unsafe structure. You didn't do your building recertification.
No, I did.
So have you pulled the permits to do your building recertification, have your 40-year recertification done?
Mr. Roth, prior to this process, I went through the 40, I had done the 40-year, now the 50-year recertification, and I got that approved.
Okay, so the city has the permits and the approvals for the recertification of this building?
I have to check.
I can email you all the stamps and everything. It's all done.
So I'm just...
That's all stuff that you're seeing there. That was all put in compliance, and that was done around
Well, that can all be
COVID.
verified as well, that you are in compliance with the requirements that the city is requiring.
So, if I may, Mr. Mayor and Council, Madam Development Director, look at Exhibit A in the package. It says the compliance date for those unsafe structures and 40-year research was January 8th, 2024.
Okay.
It's in the backup.
Which one?
For the 40-year recertification, it says January 8th, 2024, and the other one was March 11, 2024. There are 3 of them. January 2nd, January 8th, and March 11.
Well,
all in 2024.
it doesn't say it was complied with, it just says the violation period was during that period of time.
No, it says compliance date in that
I don't
column.
see that.
Yeah,
Is
that
the
is
title?
that is a compliance date that was provided to us from the actual building official back in 2024. So in order for them to comply with the 40-year building recertification, the building official would notify our office saying that they're in compliance with the 40-year building recertification.
Does that happen?
That happened on January 2nd, 2024, March 11, 2024, and January 8th, 2024, as Dr. Zuri advised.
All I see here is building needed to be recertified per City of Homestead ordinances. I don't see an actual compliance date.
If we go to
I see the violation period ended, but I don't see where it
on
was.
Exhibit A, which is on page 5, where it has the lien table, you'll see the deadline date and the compliance date. It's a table that was built. It has the figures and the numbers on it.
This- Okay, I'd still like to see if the businesses have gone through the proper change of use through our city. And you can't verify that today?
No.
Okay. So I would like to see that information to make sure that the building is in compliance in total before we actually make a decision on reducing the fines.
May I ask a question? Thank you. What was the turnaround time for staff? Sorry. What was the turn time from when we, new director took over to compliance? What was the time period?
So, if I'm not mistaken, it took approximately 3 months between when he reached out after I started for him to get the conditional license and get the compliance date.
Okay. If we do the 15% of the amount reduced by the magistrate, that comes out, plus the hard cost, that comes out to $10,110 for 4 different businesses. It's about $2,500 per business. So that's a calculation based on the precedents and dividing that up per business. So, Ms. Mayor, I'm curious. You've got a look on your face.
Right. So I just want to be clear. We're going to look at reducing your fine. That's not it. We're going to reduce your fine tonight, most likely.
Thank you.
Okay, but I also want to make sure that, let's don't throw everything back on old staff. We had some competent people. They weren't allowed to maybe do their jobs the right way, but let's give a little bit of benefit to, there were some competent people in place that were actually going out and giving these code violations out. We may not have been following up from the administrative side. So just wanted to put that out.
Oh, and in that regard, I think, code enforcement did its segment of the job. But once it got into that area on the first floor, that's where the permitting and other issue, the circular firing squad began.
Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is the first time I'm hearing about this case. I've been here 6 years. The majority of us have been up here for a long time. Had we brought into the conversation, we probably would have had this taken care of much sooner. Not that we should have been brought into the conversation, but I feel like we wouldn't, you would have been able to have a much lower fine if we were, reach out to your council members for help. If you're dealing with issues, whoever's left to, to come up for discussion, don't wait until.
I reached out to the previous, I'm so sorry. I reached out to the previous council person and, you got to go through the process.
I've been sitting here 10 years. I hadn't heard nothing from you.
Well,
She's been sitting here 6 years, 8 years. A long time.
I spoke to.
I have, and that was the genesis of the legislation that we passed back in June, and meeting with them a couple of times and then, sharing those concerns with the attorney that, you're on the hamster wheel. There was no way to get off. So that, at least speaking for myself, they have been proactive over the last, 9 to 12 months probably? at least
And before
through
that
me.
too, I met with you a couple
Yeah.
times
And,
before
and
that.
I hope that you're not doing business anymore with that real estate agent who put you in this position to begin with, because that's happening where, you know, the commercial properties are being tied with a lease to a tenant that can't even use the facility for the use that they want it for, and then they get stuck in a year-long battle trying to do a CU, or, you know, and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. But, you know, I don't think 2,500 per business is steep if you're able to mitigate that with the other people responsible with the issue. If you can accept that, I think that's fair for the city, it's fair for the challenge, but
Just to correct, or not correct, but point out you're talking about reducing it by 90%, the original, not the original, but the magistrate's figure.
85, well, just using the 85 per.
Okay, so that's going to be, at 10%, it's 28,000. At 15, it's going to be,
No, I see, what, the number I looked at here was
no.
57,135.
No. The total amount that they reduced to was $285,925. So if you're going to do the 85%, it's going to be in the $35,000 range probably.
Yeah,
So 10%, as we did, I guess, in the last guy, would take it down to $28,595, whatever the number is. We've been here 6-7 hours now, so it's getting hard to figure out things.
No, the reduction took it down to 57,135.
Per case. Per case.
Total.
So if you look here, mitigation history, which is on Exhibit 1,
No, is that not,
$285,000.
so that's inconsistent with the staff report then? Because the last paragraph of Exhibit 1 talks about that the magistrate's 85% reduction. So is that the amount outstanding, or was that the amount of the reduction? Big difference.
So for clarification, the amount of the reduction was the 57,135 plus the hard cost. The hard costs are always non-negotiable of 1,540, which brought up the total to $58,675. That was the offer that was provided during the special magistrate hearing.
Yes, certainly.
I can't turn, oh, now I can turn my mic on. Just something to keep in mind also, I'm not a math person, but as we are taking these inconsistencies into account and pieces that we found unfair, I think we also need to look at the issue itself and not go based off of a total. Just because there are 4 different businesses involved, it doesn't mean that he necessarily needs to pay 4 times the amount the previous person did. I think that the headaches and the stress of trying to deal with it so long is as a local business owner, right? It's not necessarily based on the amount of money that the lien or that the business is incurring. Just throwing that out there, if we want to come to some type of term, because I'm sure we are going to have quite a few more of these coming before us. Maybe it should be something that has to do, and maybe that's something code and staff can look at, something that has to do with the amount of time that they started trying to fix the issues, looking at previous emails and determining something maybe by year or by month of how long they have been trying to resolve the issues.
And not only that, I think we still don't have the question answered that, did they go through the actual change of use to allow all those businesses to be operating there today?
But that's not a fine. That's like, I might get a speeding ticket going home.
Yeah.
You know. So I think we need to stay within this 4 corners, but obviously that can of worms has been opened now. And be prepared for that.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would certainly prefer to not put an additional arbitrary requirement on this applicant. You know, and I get it, the change of use is important, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about this.
And that fine has not vested. It's not it's anticipatory.
But aren't you supposed to be in compliance in order to get to this point? I think that's
No,
Councilman Roth's
we
point.
haven't determined that's a factor of noncompliance. Our code enforcement and building department have not yet identified that as an issue. So I think we've got to put our blinders on for the purposes of this discussion with respect to the certificate of, or change of use.
Mayor?
Yes.
And this kind of goes to my argument a few moments ago. We've been going around with this for 35 minutes, and we're all smart people, and we got all the facts laid out in front of us. He's been dealing with this for 10 years. Just assess him the hard costs and move it on. Because even with us that have knowledge of this, pretty smart people, smart staff, put it all on paper, and we're still messing around with it for 35 minutes or 40 minutes. Assess them the hard costs and move it on, is my recommendation.
Is that your motion?
It is.
Okay, everyone stands on its own facts.
I agree, let's definitely cut it, but what happened with the previous one? Should we not go in line? We didn't stick to the hard costs in the previous one, and I feel like the terms were very
I don't
similar.
think they had any.
There were a
That
few
was not
hard costs.
were they?
Yeah, yeah. What was the last one? What was the total for the last one?
10%.
Right, but what was the total of, what was that 10%?
$7,100.
And the hard cost here would be
1,500, 1,540.
I'd say $10,000 and call it a day.
I'll make a motion to reduce
Well,
the,
wait, there's a motion, I don't think it's been seconded, so maybe that dies, so let's hear from the councilwoman.
for the fines to be reduced to 10,000.
Oh, and that's inclusive of the
The hard
1,540.
costs, correct.
I'll second.
Okay. Then would you factor in also that 6-month, work with staff on an installment payment?
Yes.
To be paid in full not later than 6 months from
Yes, sir.
today.
I have a question. With that installment payment, will I be allowed to go through the permitting?
You're compliant with the permit payment, yes.
Yes.
I mean, with the installment payment, yes. I don't see why.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for a lump sum payment not later than 6 months, in installments. I mean, we're not going to wait 6 months for payment of $10,000 to resolve this case. All right, so let's have a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher?
Yes.
Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And on to the next. Well, let's have a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30? It's 10:06. All right, we've got a motion to extend to 10:30. All in favor? Aye. Yeah, okay. You lose. And the next for discussion is tab 19 with respect to 730 Northwest 17th Street. And somehow I just had a hunch that's what you were here for.
Yeah.
Ours too, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Juan Carlos Rojo. I bought this house in 2017 from a man that got burnt by his son in late 2015. It's a famous case. Officers here have been there. So I bought the house to Mr. Rollins. So Mr. Rollins, when we did the closing, I went to the title company. The title company calls code enforcement to see, how much money do we owe. Nobody could say. Mr. Rollins told me, no, it can't be that much because it just happened, in late 2015 and 2017, and plus he's a low income, and they were going to give him a break. Well, I went that year and got the permit. Got the permit. I thought, once I get the permit, I'm in compliance. We knocked down the house. We just left 2 walls. Lo and behold, my mom got cancer that year. So extreme hardship I had. My mom, she was dying. She died in 2019. 6 months later, my brother dies. And like 7 months after that, my sister dies. So, you know, I've been going through a lot of stuff, and nobody told me, you know, nobody sided me and say, look, you have the lien's going up. I tried to go there a bunch of times. They wouldn't tell me anything. I have all the emails from 2021. I went to code enforcement myself. I don't know how to do emails. My daughter is the one that sends them. We send emails, I get nothing back. 2023, a friend of mine, talked to they told me the fine was $180,000, something like that. I was like, how can that be? So it just, I finished the house in 23 and they gave me a fine, I think 280 something thousand. I don't even know how many thousands. It's like insane. They could have given me a $400 million fine, and then they bring it down to 189. So when I went to the front of the magistrate, I explained to him, all my hardship and everything, that I did get the permit, I thought I was in compliance. I was hearing the manager saying, once you have the permit, you're in compliance. So this is all new to me. So I went in front of the magistrate gave me 85%. But they didn't give me 85% of what they bring down. It went up again to 200 and something thousand. To go and give me 85%, that's the most you could give me. Like the young man told me, I can't have to come in front of you, gentlemen. And $39,000 in 30 days. How am I going to come up with $39,000 in 30 days? Luckily, I did this hearing, and they told me everything stops there. Then you folks could see what's the right thing. I think I should have paid. I shouldn't pay anything. If I bought the house in 2017, the man's a victim with major hardship. He's going to get a discount. So I should apply to that discount. I fixed the house up. No more police officers there. The house is the nicest house in the neighborhood. I thought I was going to, I thought I was doing something good. And, it's just, I don't know. It's been tough.
So let me ask whoever, either building department or code enforcement. So as opposed to the last two cases where they couldn't pull permits to remedy the violations, is it factual that a building permit was issued to rebuild this house, notwithstanding all of the pending violations and liens?
It was supposed to be an unsafe structure, so the structure wasn't even there.
Let's hear from code enforcement.
So because of the nature of violation, the work would need to be completed in order to satisfy the violation. As it's unsafe structure in nature, we don't want to just on the basis of a permit being issued. There are times where unfortunately property owners drag their feet, and just by the issuance of a permit, the work doesn't get done, and then you have an unsafe structure in the community and poses a hazard to the residents and children of the community. In addition, the property had to be boarded up twice, if I'm not mistaken, by the department because it was neglected at that point in time.
Okay, but that really didn't answer my question. We had the last two cases where we wouldn't issue permits, and now the assertion here is that we did issue a permit,
The permits were issued.
Okay.
Yes.
And then a CO was issued. So the house can be occupied. During the pendency of all of these board ups and several years of non-compliance and work not going forward, were we sending certified mail notice, and to what address?
So per Florida Statute 162, all our notices get sent via certified mail to the registered property owner at that property address. In this case, since he bought the property in 2017, he wouldn't have received the first batch of notices. He would only have received the second batch of notices, if there are any. For example, the violations that came subsequently in 2018, he received notices for those via certified mail. But the one for 2015, he would not have received those.
But not at this property address because it was a burned out vacant house.
Correct. He would have received it to whatever the Miami-Dade County Property Appraisal mailing address would have been at that time.
Okay. And here's where I'm going with that. This reminds me of the case last month. I just looked it up on miamidade.gov. This is not homesteaded property, and by the photographs in our package, it looks like this is a highly occupied flop house in the middle of what used to be a nice single-family neighborhood. So tell me where I'm wrong here. You're an investor from outside of Homestead. You came and you bought this house that was burned. You didn't board it up. You didn't start the work. Yes, you had a lot of family tragedy, but you were getting certified mail notices somewhere. He's telling me they were signed for.
We'll find it.
You got a permit. Now you've got a rebuilt house, but you let it detract from the neighborhood from 17 until whenever the certificate of occupancy was issued. And we've taken a very dim view of folks who aren't in Homestead, who are just milking and degrading our neighborhoods. And I don't see anything in this package that tells me that's not what you did here. You turned your back on a house that was a significant danger, even after getting notices, correct?
Did I degrade the place?
Yeah, it was a burned out house that you even failed to board up after we sent certified notice. So to keep kids safe and the neighborhood safe and to keep vagrants from camping out in there, the city boarded it up.
Right, it was boarded up, and when I unboarded it to work on it because I had the permit. What are you talking about? I messed up the house?
No, I'm saying that between the time you unboarded it to do the work pursuant to a permit, you failed to secure the house, and the city on, I think the testimony is 2 occasions, had to secure the property.
No. That's not true. That's not true. I never received any notice at all.
Do you have the receipts there in the file? Can you bring those?
Show me my signatures.
They would be in the case file. We could
Show
provide
it
that
to me,
later.
because I don't have it.
May I
Yeah,
say
certainly.
something? We need, if we're going to hear these cases, we have to have the evidence. We need to have the file prepped and ready to go to answer these questions, because we're not trying to add this to another agenda and delay the situation. So if we're going to say we were sending letters certified, we need to have the evidence, because this is a hearing, right? This is the
In effect, it is.
This is a hearing, and we're going to make a decision here, and we don't have the evidence to support why the city should be stricter or more firm in their decision. I mean,
If I may add-
maybe the information is not in the file, or it's hard to get to because of, the practices from before, fine. But it's going to be very difficult for us to hold up a consistent decision if we don't have the evidence that we need.
Noted. If I may add, per Florida Statute 162, 2 components. One is if we receive back, the city does a certified mail that it
Undelivered,
was
unclaimed.
Per Florida statute, we post it at the property. So that's one caveat. The second one is all these facts are also taken into consideration during the special magistrate hearing itself, where they review the due process and make sure that our violation administers and adheres to due process rights.
That's understood, but we're hearing it independently, right? And we didn't witness what questions they asked or what information they looked at or what was absent in the file and what may have come to light since then to now. So I'm not saying this as a reflection of the way that you have been prepared in the past, but that going forward, we need to have a full file available for us, okay?
Well, and certainly that understanding that was considered at the hearing. But the property owner has alleged that sometime in 2021, he began making effort and had a handful of emails. Can you locate those? Have they been provided? No, I'm asking my code enforcement director. Have those been located in the city system? Are you privy to them, or is this new evidence?
That is new to me. Those weren't provided to me.
Okay. So I think at this point, and you need to understand, this council, at least
You
on
should
the
have it,
last
sir,
case,
'cause I gave it to your secretary.
what's that?
The whole file. I gave it to
Yeah,
Mr.
but
Davis,
sir-
he's from my district, and I gave it to your secretary.
Sir, but
Sergio.
what the mayor's asking for is the received emails on our side. So we're not questioning that what you have was not provided or what
No.
you have is not legitimate, but we need to validate what,
Right.
through our
And-
side.
And code enforcement needs to see your efforts, and we need to know, as part of the record that you made an effort.
I did make an effort.
Okay,
sir.
but-
And I'm not, I'm a little bit insulted what you said, that I came in to milk. I'm helping the community make it better, a house, take a drug-infested house and make it a decent place. You're trying to say that I come to milk the place? Come on.
Apparently, this house sat for several years.
Several years, since 2017, I got the permit, I bought it in 17.
Unrepaired.
I bought this house in 17, my mom died, my mom had cancer and died in 19. I was already repairing the house. I had to take the boards off to take all the burnt stuff out of there.
I get that,
You know,
right? But I look at pictures
when I
now.
was building the house, when I was building the house with the permit, why didn't they knock on the door and say, hey, look, what's going on? When I went over there in person, and they wouldn't tell me nothing. And they said, no, you have to send an email. You have to send an email. We sent 5, 6 emails and nobody did nothing.
Well, and again, we need to see that. In the last 2 cases that you had to endure with the rest of us, we focused in on what efforts had been made to resolve this. Don't hand it to me, hand it to the clerk, who will then give it.
I gave it to them last time, and they have everything from last time.
Okay.
Everything's there, 21,
So,
everything's there.
all right, and that's something that we need to see, and in light of that,
Staff has.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just for clarity, code compliance cannot provide a payoff amount when the property is still in violation. So the permits were allowed to be obtained by the new owner. The violations were in place prior to his ownership. He had come to the station. I had spoken with him. I cannot provide a payoff, or anyone can, when it's a running daily fine until there's a compliance date. So we can tell you the daily fine amount, we can tell you when the fine starts, but you cannot project into the future onto when they're going to comply, and that's how we base the level of reduction. So what he was asking for could not be provided.
At the time he closed.
At the time. So what was allowed was permits were allowed to be pulled. The work that was done by code to board up the prior home, because it was a fire, it was taken care of by code. The landscaping, I believe, was also taken care of by code prior to his ownership.
Mm-hmm.
So once he bought the property with the violations on them, the only thing we can tell you is that it was brought to hearing on such and such a date. There's a lien recorded on the property. There's so many dollars a day per fine.
Mm-hmm.
The sooner you get it into compliance, looks favorable on your reduction. The way the code was structured before, bringing your hardship and the things that cost to come into compliance, and the special master factors that in. That's the only information we're able to provide anyone that has an active code violation. So that's why we couldn't give you a number.
Mayor, if I may?
No, I get that. But going forward, his efforts to resolve it after the house was completed.
Meaning house, I
Like
was
these,
not-
these alleged emails from 2021 that went unanswered.
Right. I can't answer to that right now, but I do remember having more than one conversation in regards to this property, because there's not many properties that burn down in Homestead,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that was the basis for that one. That one was very remarkable because of the circumstances surrounding it. So what you say to the property owners is the faster you come into compliance, the faster you have to get permits, you have to do this, you have to do that. Like, we lay the basis, and then also to the building official at the time, hey, this person needs to get permits even though they have violations.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes,
Thank
Councilwoman.
you. Is there no way to know a current balance, even though it's not a payoff? So
Yeah, no.
so that's clarified, right? Okay. Can I ask How much are you renting the property for? How much do you rent the property for? Okay, how much have you invested in repairing the property? Don't be too exaggerated, but give me a good estimate. A couple $100,000. Okay, I think it's easy to say that he's not going to recoup what he has invested in this property in any reasonable amount of time. And I would be okay with doing a reduction consistent with what we've done in the past, or a flat rate of the 10,000 like we just did to the last one. But it's not a burned down house anymore. Or if you want to come back and table the item to get more information, we can do that too. But we got to make a decision one way or another on it.
Question.
Well, given all the cars in the front yard and the photos and knowing what the market is today, I seriously doubt he's getting $2,800 a month.
That's a good point.
That's what I'm getting.
Just, we have the obligation to tell the truth. You do not.
Okay.
Just one question.
Yes, Councilman.
When was the staff? When was the CO issued after he rebuilt the property?
So the CO was issued on March 17, 2023.
So how is it possible that we would allow somebody to obtain a CO with liens and fines on it? It's not a question for you, it's for staff.
Defer to development services, as they're the ones that issue that conditional, I guess, occupancy.
Okay, there's no answer. I get it.
I have no answer.
Yeah, you have no answer.
I was not here, I have no answer.
I was in your position before, sir. And when I bought the property, prior to being on council and knowing all the real good stuff about what goes on up here, I accepted whatever liens were on the property. I went to the magistrate, reduced my fine, and I paid it.
I did accept it. There's no doubt about it. I accepted it in 2017. But once I got my permit and I started building the house, that should stop. So you can go, okay.
I get the accruing part of it. I understand that because it happened to me as well.
And nobody informed me that I was getting fined 100 something. I don't even know how many hundreds a day.
Excuse me, sorry, do we know?
But
Sorry, excuse me.
sometimes that's your responsibility.
That's
It's
right.
not our responsibility. And I'm not trying to, belittle you in any way, but when you make a purchase on a property knowing that there's some type of a lien or violation on that, that should throw up a red flag in your head and say, maybe I shouldn't be buying this property. So now you're down the road, you owed us about what, I don't even know the number, $259,000. They reduced it to 183, and now it's been reduced down to, it looks like $40,000.
39,400.
Well, plus the hard
Do you
costs.
see, can you show me where it says, because it says here, he was fully aware of the existing code violations and recorded liens, but I don't see the amount of the liens as of the day of what was recorded on April 2017 when he bought the property.
So when we record a lien, because when a fine is still accruing, we do not record the amount as of that date. We record the daily accruing amount as of
Understood.
April 1st. It
Okay.
accrues
But it can be
200
calculated.
It can easily be calculated. It's
Okay.
visible on the front page of the lien cover sheet where it says from April 1st, 2020 until X, it's $250 a day or whatever it is until.
Do we know when the lien started to accrue before he bought it in 2017?
If you bear with me one moment, I'll let you know.
Thank you, because that might just take care of the whole conversation where he pays what the fine accrual amount was at the time of purchase. I don't see that in here for review.
Well, for
Depending on what
summary,
that amount
it
is.
shows the staff report, the second paragraph under the background. It talks about the violation period was November 14th, 2015 through March 17th, 2023.
So it carried on for 8 years.
Right, because of the,
I found it in the system. Yes, Mayor, those are the dates of the violation, but the order from the magistrate is what determines the date that the fine actually starts, and the date it was ordered The fine to start is September 23rd, 2016, and it was $100 a day.
I didn't know that.
So that was prior to his acquisition.
Correct.
But he purchased it with full knowledge that it existed. So what's the
Yeah.
calculation on that?
365
times 100, that's 36,500. Is that correct?
It's basically what it's at today.
Right, okay, just doing some math.
And then there are other violations that accrued, new violations that accrued during his ownership. That I see one that was cured prior to the issuance of the CO. Another one that was cured prior to the issuance of the CO. Several more that were all cured prior to the issuance of the CO. But the fact remains for me that during his ownership, an unsecured, burned-out house in a traditional single-family neighborhood. That's my issue.
Mayor, would you like to just have it moved to the COW meeting?
I think that's probably, in this case, the best scenario
So
to defer
we're not-
this to the next council meeting.
So we're not going to deny your request for a reduction. We're going to defer it to the COW meeting, which is dated for November
November
12th.
12th.
Okay, a couple weeks. But you're not accruing any more fines on, you're always the last one.
And-
We'll make you first at the COW.
Well, you need to go back to my phone.
Stay at the podium, sorry.
And
You
we'll,
can't, there's no way you can reduce that today.
We want to make sure that we're being fair to the process, to you, and to
Fair to the neighborhood.
and to the neighborhood, and to the residents and the taxpayers. We also want to
Everybody in the neighborhood loves it, you know.
well, I'm sure they do now.
Sure. And they loved it because I bought it. If not, it wouldn't have been like that. It would have still been.
Motion to accept the staff's recommendation of this fine, unless you agree to come back.
Excuse me?
I'm going to make a recommendation.
A motion.
Or a motion that we proceed with what's written on this piece of paper in front of us, $40,000, $635.38.
Unless he
Unless
requests a deferral.
Unless you request the deferral to November 12th.
Okay, it stays at 40,000 until November 12th, and then you're going to bring it down, right?
There's no guarantee that's going to happen.
But it's going to be at 40,000.
There is a guarantee that if you don't accept that, I'm going to make a motion to push this through now, and you're going to pay the $40,000. Do you want to come back and take a chance that it's going to be less?
Explain to me again.
Somebody else.
Everyone is tired. We need to defer it until
Explain
the
to me,
meeting.
They said about 40,000.
So he's saying, please take our recommendation to wait till November 12th.
Okay, I'll wait.
Thank
I
you.
just don't want it to go up more than 40.
It will not go up more
Okay.
than 40.
So,
Staff, okay?
let's be sure. Isn't there built into these magistrates or masters reductions that payment has to be made within a certain amount of time?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Per the city ordinance, after the magistrate's ruling, they have 30 days to make the payment.
But Kiki told me the moment I apply for this, it stops.
Yeah, so where does that put us in the process, though, that he's here and we have moved to defer that? Does that toll his time period for payment?
You would like it to toll?
No, I'm asking, does it? What do we need to do so that he does not violate that 30-day window for the existing reduction?
I was under the understanding the moment I applied to see the mayor.
For this?
Yeah, this, it stops. It stopped because that's exactly what I talked to your secretary, Sergio. He told me, I told him, look, this needs to stop before I go. You know, if not, the 30 days is going to be over. So I imagine, it stopped now, and then November, it still stopped, and then November you'll make the decision. And that's.
I think Matt's doing
Yeah,
some research on
I'm
the
sorry, I'm
tolling.
pulling the code section, but it doesn't speak to the extension for
Okay, so do we have the
This
authority to
purpose.
build in a tolling into? We can do whatever we want.
The council has the discretion to eliminate it, so we'll say that you can toll it.
Okay,
with the
that's,
elimination.
like I said. So implicit in your motion, were you making a motion to defer? Implicit in that is the tolling of his deadline to make payment or lose the reduction that's already been granted.
And just to be clear, we've spoken about the cow, but this will be a special call, so you can actually take the action.
Okay,
That's correct.
on November 12th?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody's clear on where we're going. All
And
right.
I don't know if it's appropriate, but I did bring this up during our discussion, is that it would be helpful to see the minutes from the magistrates' meetings, because obviously, just like a board would recommend something, it would be helpful to see all the process that went through.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so let's have a roll call on the motion to defer.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey? Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Councilman Davis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fletcher? Yes. Mayor Lawson?
Yes.
The motion carries.
See you next month, and in the meantime, we'll do our homework. Thank you.
I think we need another motion to accept
Yeah.
all 11.
Motion to, well, that's been a long time. Motion to extend to 11. Okay, you're up, tab 20.
Super. All right. Will you all pretty please help me support a breast cancer walk this Saturday? Okay, so no, real quick. It is this Saturday. It is the third annual. It is by Trayvon Brown with BYOL, who we know very well. I know that staff is doing wonderful things with helping to standardize things. It's getting a little confusing for me to know what requires a permit, what requires PD. So I would really like some type of outline for anyone who wants to put on an event. If they're expecting more than a certain amount of people, it would require PD and, just the process. First, we're gonna acquire the site through parks, make sure it's available, then what is the next step?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I'm going to have a similar request right after this. We have some special event funds that we could use to support these type of events. I make the motion we have staff use those funds to support both of these events.
Especially taking into consideration that we've always done it for nonprofits that are free to the whole community. That was a motion. Yes, Senator.
Yeah. Okay, so, but run by me again. Who's doing this? What organization is, I see a bunch of sponsors here.
So it is BYOL.
BYOL, okay. Build your own
legacy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you see their thing there. It was one of the mentoring programs 8 years ago. We met a previous high school student who didn't make the basketball team. For 8 years now, he has had a very successful mentoring basketball team. In the last 3 years, he has some family members and realized that there were some needs in the community to continue breast cancer awareness, and that is how that started, and this is year 3.
Okay. And I won't push it now, but the next term, when we sit down to make some more policy and procedure decisions, if we're going to sponsor these events or assist these events, the organizers need to have their ducks in a row with respect to being a not-for-profit, including filing their 990s. Because everybody's running around with a not-for-profit, but it doesn't mean they're legit.
Super, then that's going to also come on this quick and easy term sheet from staff for us to understand and help the community know what they need to do to be in compliance.
If
Good
I
idea.
may, regarding the filing requirements, the 990s are needed in order to update your certificate from agriculture to get your soliciting. And I'm tired, so sorry for saying it maybe backwards, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The solicitation.
Your registration with the Department of Agriculture to raise money.
Correct. So if we just ask them for their certificate of registration with the Department of Ag, that is implicit that they have filed their 990s and provided them.
Okay, so let me go deeper. Here's a real agenda. I don't want to see a not-for-profit where all it does is pay salaries to the people who organized it. Okay, that's why I would like to see 990s.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council, we need some kind of guidance in terms of what kind of support are we looking at?
So can we look at the special events fund for?
That's not what I'm asking. The
Oh.
next item actually specifies that the amount is $1,200. This doesn't have any amount.
We never had an amount before. We were able to vote yes to have the park fees waived. So that's why I'm wondering, where is this $1,200 now coming from? And if there was a similar event 2 months ago that included the same type of walk, they did not require a special event permit. I'm just confused as to what the specifics are. And I know we're getting there, so let's just try to figure that out as far as the events are concerned. It would help a lot.
Yeah, but this is, not actually handing out money, but waiving fees.
waiving
We're
the
not
fees.
handing out money.
Correct.
Just for clarity, the way codes read, governments don't waive fees. What you do is to authorize staff to pay.
Take it out of the left pocket and put it in the right pocket.
Exactly. So we will pay the fees associated with park and facility rental from the special events funds. We're not waiving it, we'll pay for it.
And then going forward, we do need to look at that because that adds up very quickly.
Yes, it does.
So we need to make sure that we're on the same page with what we are waiving and what would trigger those waivers.
So the direction
That's the
from
vote.
council is both as to tab 20 and tab 21.
Can we do both at the same time? That's the motion, yes, sir.
A motion second. Do we need a roll call? All in favor? Any opposed? All right. And that concludes, apparently, I know, Mr. Pearl, you need to request an executive session?
Very quickly. I need to request a session in the matter of Broward County Minority Builders versus City of Homestead, CRA, case number 2024-015316 in Miami-Dade County.
Okay, let's make it happen. Councilwoman, any further business? You're first. Okay. We just did yours right now first. She's next. Clemente's gone. You're up. We'll come back to that.
No, I haven't done.
I'm trying to get out of here. Got ahead of
Me
myself.
too, me too. I just have one thing just to ask staff, just in case we run into this problem. With the military and the furlough and the government shutdown, do we have any plans in place in case they run into issues with paying utilities, with no torn-off situations, things like that? Other places are reaching out and asking if they've been furloughed. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know how long the government shutdown is going to continue on, but I think we need to have something in place in order to help facilitate. Similar, I think, something we did during COVID, but not for as long, because this is not going to last as long as COVID, I don't think.
Yes, Council Member, we'll look into that. In addition to that, we carried out a couple of recent hires, and we gave priority to people who were followed on the federal government.
And I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to be hanging out with y'all for the last 8 hours, or some of you for the last 8 hours.
Pretty much, yeah.
And, I hope that when we do our State of the City, that we come out and support breast cancer awareness, as we're all wearing pink, or some of us wearing pink tonight, for the State of the City, because I think that'll be a nice little send-off for the breast cancer awareness and what we do in the city here.
I think that'll clash with my shoes.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman Davis. Okay. Councilman Fletcher, I think we already dealt with your Orange Bowl. You're good? All I've got is that it's the little things that just happen that make a big difference. And I've noticed over the past several days that things are being done routine, the pressure cleaning outside, the taking the scuff marks off the walls out in the foyer, doing a little extra cleaning that needs to be done for tomorrow night when we're going to have a couple of hundred people here who, we need to have our best face forward. And all the lights are working. Don't look at them. You'll jinx them. And given that certain prior administrations walked around this building with blinders on, and it was like pulling teeth to to get things done. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Manager, to you and your staff for taking care of those details for tomorrow night. With that, Mr. Manager, do you have anything?
Yes, sir. I have quite a few for the next 1
No,
hour.
no. Move to adjourn? Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, Development Services is hosting concierge services in collaboration with Miami-Dade County staff to address small businesses and homeowners that need issues about CUs, BTR, and building permit questions. Tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock in the morning to noon.
And that be added to our calendars? Those are things that we could share with our, circle of influence. Thank you.
And also, the entire next week, I will not be available in person, but I will be available via phone and email to attend the ICMA conference in Tampa and proceed to the city of Phoenix, Arizona with the vice mayor and the chief. You're welcome to join us. We want to kind of preview their preparation for the NASCAR so that when we come back, we have a template on how to prepare with the next year's 2026 events. We are also going with Guillermo Santa Cruz from the Speedway.
So remember, he's going to be in Arizona, so call him at 8 o'clock in the morning, our time.
Councilwoman Avila loves to call and we have good conversations, right? The Deputy City Manager, Kim Brown, is also going to be out next week. She's going to be on vacation that was approved like several months ago. Also, the city is conducting the last sessions of the conversation with the community on the bond program. We have it on the 28th at FICO Williams at 6 p.m. And on October 30th, we will have a citywide virtual session at 6 p.m. as well to capture anyone that we missed. Thank you, Council and Mayor.
I got one more thing, Mayor. It's okay.
Councilman Roth.
Just a shout out for staff and everybody. Last weekend's Fall Festival. It was an absolutely amazing event.
Yes, absolutely.
There was a lot more people there. I think I spent 3 hours there, and I've never spent that much time at any of our events. So, Pedro, shout out to your guys, whoever planned that, put this thing together. I think the Seminole Theater had a show Friday night, and we're able to hook up the haunted house. And if you went through that haunted house, you weren't scared till you got to the end. That guy jumped out that door and scared the bejesus out of me. So, shout out to you guys, and it was a great event, and we appreciate all you guys did out there. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. With that, I think I heard a motion and a second to adjourn. Good night, everyone. Thank you.